So, a lot of things have happened in this little world we are trying to save here. Let's recap since it has been almost a week since the last session. Anybody who has been here may still need this recap just like everyone else. So, this kid here is Max. He was given this pendant by his father under unknown circumstances. Just was told to never let it leave his sight, always keep it. Now, Max here had a ticket to go to the circus. So like any young boy would, he went to the circus, except his ticket was stolen before he got to the circus completely. By a strange red-headed child. Said child then handed the ticket back, stating they had only wanted to go see the circus for the first time. So Max chose to give the kid the ticket. The kid then vanished into thin air, saying, "You might be able to do it," and left the ticket with Max. Max then went to the circus as expected, only to end up eavesdropping on the master of the circus troupe, Flotsam, threatening the mayor of the town if he didn't find a certain stone. And what do you know, turned out the stone was the very stone Max has around his neck. After evading Flotsam and his army of angry clowns, Max ended up in the sewers underneath the city. After fighting his way through those sewers, he ended up in the outside world. His boss Cedric here, having started up the town's train system again, because, well, this whole situation kind of sparked a lot of questions about the outside world and a lot of questioning specifically why the mayor didn't want anybody to learn anything about the outside world. Now, along the way, after having been picked up by Cedric in the train, Flotsam attacked the train, with a little clown buggy. Max then threw some bombs at Flotsam, jumps up on the train, strapped with a bunch of dynamite, and threatens to blow the train up, himself and everybody on it. That's when Monica shows up. Monica then chops off the dynamite, blasts Flotsam, and chucks him off the train. Monica here is from 100 years in the future, because turns out Emperor Griffin has been altering time, which is why a lot of things in the world are screwed right now. He's been destroying things in this time to ruin that time, and his real motives there have not been made clear yet. There's just been a lot of damage done and a lot of work we're trying to do to fix it. Here in Sindane, we already solved this problem. The rainbow butterfly turned out to be the woman that the Furbits of the area were looking for. So that was a whole thing. We also, along the way, restored the Forest Elder Jurak, which was Monica's original reason for being over here. One of the many things that were destroyed. In gaining the aid of the Furbits, we gained their construction robot, which I can't give you a good view of from here, but it allows us to do a lot of the same things that we could do with Atla in the previous game. Except we can do more, because we can actually build things from scratch and get people to move out to places. Which is one of the first things we're going to be doing here today, is fixing up Sindane. Because there's a little bit of stuff left to do here. Specifically, we need to get Melaine moved out here and get the culture points up the rest of the way. And then this area will be done. Because I was prodded quite a bit about getting this place 100% completed, because apparently the reward here is really good. But having solved the problem in Sindane, we realized we needed the help of a specific sage. Now, in order to get to the sage, we then got back on the train, which had conveniently had its path cleared for it. And I'm going to ride over to where we're going to be doing our work after we fix up Sindane for visual aid here. Do you all understand what we're getting into? And why? Is we went over here to Balance Valley. which is apparently the gathering place of the sages. Now, of course, conveniently, once again, we just happened to arrive at the station in time for there to be an obstruction in front of the train. So, naturally, we go to the only place we can go, which is up here in the Balance Valley itself. Don't mind the wanted posters. We don't know anything about that quite yet. But we went into this one lonely house over here, which is the only house that's still intact out of all of Balance Valley. More on that in a minute as well, when we actually get to that part. There we met this owl, who is apparently watching over the only remaining apprentice of our missing sage, who is apparently dead. Said apprentice is sick with grief and has not been functional since then. And there you go, there's your recap of everything that's happened in the previous 2 sessions of this game. Now, I'm going to warp back over to Sindane so we can finish that up, but first, we're actually going to go back to Palm Brinks. Because there's a specific thing we can do now, which I'll explain now that we're here. Because I spent some time grinding in between sessions. As you can see, I've spectrumized a few weapons. More on that in a minute, because I have not decided where they're getting put yet, because they take 5 points to fit in. I've also upgraded the chopper to the Dusak, which is the most important thing out of this whole discussion at the moment. The magic brassard that Monica started with is now the gold brassard, and it's almost ready to go up to the next thing. I found a base lard, ignore that. The longsword turned into this broadsword. That's a long tongue you got there, Kelties. How you doing? We ended up finding, over here at Max, we had gotten a trumpet gun by upgrading a classic gun, and it then turned into the bell trigger. The drill wrench we already had turned into this smash wrench that he's now wielding at the moment. We gathered a couple power crystals, which will be nice to use here in a bit. We got some of these coins. Well, we got 2 coins. One specifically that I still have, the indestructible coin, and the bandit coin that I had used to make the bandit brassard, which is what Monica's wielding right now. Fair enough, fair enough. I'm just rolling through everything I had changed since the last session. I made a couple gift capsules as well, so we could hopefully get some more monster medals. So I seem to recall that that's exactly how you get those. And on the note of medals, I did pick up a couple more. I didn't get all of them from the previous areas like I'd intended to, because I had less time than I thought I would to get around to that. And turns out getting those time attack medals is actually kind of a pain. So I got a lot of the kill specifically with this weapon or that weapon ones, and didn't really worry about too many other ones. But as you can see, we have a lot of crystals now. Like, just running through the dungeons repeatedly got me a lot of crystals and a lot of material. As well as a decent whack of cash, though. I had more before I restocked up on repair powders, so we'd stop having to worry about that as much. But now, the reason we're back in Palm Brinks is so we can go fetch Melaine. For those of you that were here in the last session, you'll remember Melaine wanted us to have upgraded a weapon twice before she would trust us. The Dusak is the second upgrade past the Gladius. But that should have worked, because it went Gladius to Chopper to Dusak. Apparently she doesn't like that? Is it more specific than that? Because she had said that she wanted the weapon to have been built up twice. And this has been built up twice. Okay, game. I don't know what the hell you want from me then. Because if we go look at the notebook, pretty sure it'll say that that's exactly what she wanted. Okay, it doesn't actually give us much more than that to go by. Great. Okay, I guess we're not doing that right now, then. Unless, even though it said that you could use any sword, maybe it didn't count the fact that I built up the Gladius to the chopper before talking to her? Like, maybe I have to do 2 sword buildups after the dialogue was activated. That might be the problem. Which, that's fine, because I can probably get this Gladius built up pretty quick. Since I basically have everything I need to turn it into a chopper. I just didn't really want to make another chopper. And then again, no, because if it was just 2 build-ups after that, the longsword built up into the broadsword after that, too. Unless it has to be the same sword that builds up 2 levels from where it was when the discussion occurred. Ah. Which reminds me, this has a lot of different paths it can go down. I'm thinking I'll take it down this middle path here. And part of the reason for that is I did a funny with, I think it was this drill wrench. Yeah, I put a bunch of lightning on it just because I had points to spare and lots of lightning gems. So I decided, you know, what the hell with it. We'll just chuck a bunch of lightning in there. Is unfortunately without a constant supply of power gems, I couldn't just push only attack like I would have rather do. So I just kind of chucked random nonsense into some of these, whichever gems I had lots of at the time, just because it furthers a lot of different stats. It's just generally beneficial to have stats be high. And that was before I did a lot of the legwork that ended up with all of these gems. And let me tell you, the game really loves giving me Gladiuses, as you can tell by the pile I have. It also was really enjoying giving me Battle Wrenches, which is where the Drill Wrench and True Battle Wrench came from. I meant to have all of these cleaned up before the session started, but it honestly takes a lot longer than you might think to build these things up, even just to getting them to level 5 each to get them broke down. The only thing I didn't really do anything with was upgrading Steve. Steve didn't really get anything out of this adventure off camera because of the fact that, well, he's already potent enough, and I wasn't going to be able to get anything spectrumized out of him. Well, no, I tell a lie. We did one thing for Steve. Steve has a better energy pack in it because I realized I learned the recipe for energy pack barrel and I hadn't made it yet. So he's got a better barrel, full energy pack going for him. So he has 40 more energy. He unfortunately doesn't have a lot of room. Oh no, he's got 27 actually. That's more room than I thought. And on that note, I did not actually learn that many more recipes. Energy pack barrel was like the only recipe I ended up learning when I went back through the list of stuff we had. Because there's pieces missing of a few things that I'm pretty sure we can make. I could start making improved bombs, but I don't think there's any reason to worry about that right now. I'm pretty confident there are some recipes I'm missing, but when I was sitting there just combining things, I didn't discover too much. So I'm not going to stress over it. Since a lot of the things I've been making out of that are either things I'm able to find or things that are just really not that impressive. So instead of the plan I had, we're gonna actually go back to... Wait, no, I'm not supposed to be going back to Balance Valley right now. Hang on, wasting time. We actually do still need to be in Palm Brinks because there was the other thing we're supposed to do to further the plot over here. Because remember, we've got a sick kid to take care of. And wouldn't you know it, we know of a doctor. Specifically, we know of the only doctor in Palm Brinks, who Max claims is the best doctor, but if you're the only doctor, you're kind of the best doctor by default. And I didn't draw any attention to it, but as you might imagine, what Max is wearing is why we are wearing what we are in the PNG down there. I decided it'd be fun to become Max for a while. About the only piece of news is you may notice the text about a sub-goal down there at the bottom. I'm not going to reveal what the randomizer is that will unlock, but it's one that has not been shown on the channel yet. I'll give you that much. Does that narrow it down much? No, not at all. But where's the fun in spoiling the surprise? So if y'all want a new rando, all it'll take is 3 subs, because all it's gonna take to get to 10 right now is 3. If you take too long, though, it's gonna take more, because we will start losing numbers again. I just gotta remember where the clinic is. And it's out in the middle of kind of nowhere in this town a bit. Yeah, there it is. That building all the way in the back there. Why the clinic's all the way out here? I'm gonna assume because of being near the water. Because there's something very specific about this doctor. And if anybody wasn't here or last week, you'll be in for a bit of a surprise about what's unique about this doctor. Ta-da!
Well, if it isn't Max, what's up?
Please, Dr. Dell, come with us. A really sick girl needs your help.
Not good. Not good at all. A few more days like this and she's done for.
That is not the dialogue that was subtitled there at all. Dr. Dell has joined you. Borneo has returned to the train. So yeah, Dr. Dell, the quack doctor, is now on our side. I kind of expected him to take more convincing than that. You do, Dr. Dell. The great doctor of Palm Brinks. He looks a bit like a duck. Okay, he can sell mighty healing and he cures abnormal statuses. Neat. Anyway, back to Balance Valley to see about getting that kid sorted out. Since that'll open up the rest of the area, presumably. Now, it's worth noting for anybody watching, I don't know where we're going and what we're doing from this point either. So, a lot of making it up as I go along gonna happen here.
We've been waiting. She's gotten worse since you left. Hurry, do something. Anything.
Not good. Not good at all. A few more days like this and she's done for.
Said that already, but you knew that before you got here somehow.
Looks like she's been hit by toxic mist, and a pretty strong dose of it too. Regular medicine won't touch it.
Alright, then how do we fix it?
Toxic mist?
You see more of it these days. But we still don't know what causes it. There's absolutely nothing we can do.
I'm so glad we dragged you all the way here for you to tell us there's nothing we can do.
There's nothing you can do. Please try something.
I've got it! Lao Chow!
Okay.
He can cure her!
Huh? Lao Chow?
That's right. In my time, there's a legendary chef named Lao Chow. They say if you eat his miracle dish, it'll cure any kind of sickness on the spot.
This sounds a little far-fetched, but we can travel through time and all of that, so, you know, why not?
Well, where do we have to go to see him?
In the future, a place called Starlight Temple will be built in Balance Valley. That's where all the sages gather.
Okay.
There's a place there called Lao Chao's Bistro. Lao Chao is the head chef. If we bring Lao Chao's Bistro back and go see him, we might be able to save Lin.
All right, Monica. Just like we did in Sindane, we have to collect geostones here and use them to change the future, right?
Exactly, but we've got to bring Lao Chao's Bistro back first.
Then let's do it. Let's save Lin.
There's a passage in this valley that goes to the sea. It's called Starlight Canyon, and I bet we can find the geostones for this valley there. It's a dangerous area, though.
Well, that makes sense. It wouldn't really be worth the hiding the geostones there if it wasn't a dangerous area.
I'm fine with that. Let's go.
I'll be in the train. Just give me a call if you need me.
I'm counting on you. You've got to save Lin.
We're going to save her. Don't worry. In order to save Lin, who was on the verge of death, we had to venture into the dangerous Starlight Canyon. Although I was worried about Crest being gone, I concentrated on Lin, who was still with us.
Work with what you can, after all.
Chapter 3, The Sage of the Stars.
I mean, worst case, we could always make ourselves a new Great Sage.
Hello there.
Hey there, Gab. How's it going? Hopefully you're doing well today.
This is where Starlight Canyon starts. Let's get what we need to revive the origin points here. But before we change Balance Valley back, I've got to warn you about a few things. Balance Valley is divided into 4 fields.
We talked about this when we first got here as well.
The height of the 4 fields changes depending on the weight of the buildings we put on each. If we want to put a big building there in the future, the height of all 4 fields has to be the same.
Wow, sounds a little harder this time.
Yeah,
Little
but we
gimmick
can
here,
do
that's for
it.
sure.
I just know it.
Okay.
It'll be fine. Now, part of the reason why I did my grinding between last session and now is I didn't want a repeat of how we started the forest, where I went in and immediately got my ass kicked. Seemed kind of like a better idea to be a little bit better prepared this time. Now, admittedly, I don't know how dangerous Starlight Canyon's going to be, because obviously I've never been there. I assume it's this way. Yep, there it is. So let's go have a look. Oh, yeah, we're going to the left now. There's another split path here. Multiple split paths. I'm going to assume I can only go down the long center path here, more than likely. And then the other paths will unlock in the future. Potentially, literally. 7 minutes to defeat all monsters, attack and defeat all enemies, only using the ride pod. Oh, guess Steve's gonna get a workout. Venturing into the memories of the past. Good thing Steve's been upgraded. Some kind of shield guy. Ah, he can only be hurt from behind, it looks like. Back to Max for a moment here. Get some positioning advantage. There we go. We got plenty of ride pod fuel as well, so I'm not particularly concerned about taking some hits. Just for those that don't remember, Steve works on fuel even for damage. I wonder. Considering there's the fact that we can get specific photos when enemies are doing something, I wonder if that charging RAM we have listed in one of our recipes that we found, is that thing running at you? That would make a degree of sense, but we'll worry about that when we're not in the kill everything with the ride pod segment, so I don't end up accidentally hitting something with Max, like if he gets too close as I'm trying to take the picture. Interesting these guys are called Smiling Fairies now instead of being the days of the week like they were in the last game. I have to assume this game had a different translation team or something compared to the first game. Is the writing feels the same, but some of the word choices are just different enough. And it could be that they just changed it on their own as well. Because I don't actually know if this game started in Japanese or if this was English from the beginning. Or anything like that. I don't actually remember off the top of my head. So it could go either way on that one. Just usually when word choice changes like that happen, it's usually because different writers or different translators got to it. Because I wouldn't really see a reason for the monster names to change like that, because even the RAM used to be something else. So the name escapes me off the top of my head. It was like Rush or something? Which is also why I'm like, yeah, you know, different translation may do that. Because it may be a case of, like, there's a word that means both rush and ram. And whoever was translating it just kind of coin flipped it when they were translating it. But it turned out, oops, you got the wrong one in the 50-50. Admittedly, I don't have endless ride pod fuel supplies, so hopefully I don't sit there and tank too many of those masked tribesmen while we're down here. I'm glad that rock didn't hit him, since apparently those count as ruining the thing. Oh, they don't have to hit anything for them to bounce. Huh. That's a little weird. Got some giant meat. Considering we arrived on a bird, I'm gonna assume the giant meat is our item for getting into the next part. It's also one of the few things that appears visibly as itself, so seems likely to be the case. And this is why I wasn't worried about getting experience for Steve, is he's already gained, like, almost double the experience he had on him currently from just being in this one floor of this dungeon. Because what I noticed between the first and second dungeon, for example, is the experience rate there already was very different. Like, I was gaining a lot more from the second dungeon than from the first. So it obviously made a lot more sense to grind in there as long as the weapons I had were strong enough to do any real damage to the things that were in there. And it seems like that scaling has continued, where things here are obviously worth a lot more as well. Now, that may sound like an obvious thing, but not every game scales quite the same way. So it's important to check exactly what kind of scaling you're dealing with. And obviously there's trickery we could do, like blasting everything with Steve and then quick swapping somebody whose weapon needs leveling for that to pick up the ABS, which is great for getting both weapons ABS at the same time. Or soften them up a lot with one weapon and then finish them with the other. There's all kinds of ways for you to level weapons that are weaker and get them up to where they need to be. I was kind of refining my technique for that as I went between yesterday and today, which I had intended on grinding multiple days, and I ended up, well, to put it bluntly, I ended up being kind of preoccupied with other things, so I didn't end up actually grinding as many days, which is why not as much got done. Just lay that one out on the table. Let's finish clearing everything so I don't have a space out moment and don't actually do what we're supposed to. And then I'll grab that geostone. There we go. That's all it was gonna take, was blasting those two for the metal to trigger. Yep, ride pod only. Hooray. Now Max can grab the geostone, grab this chest, and get us out of here. 8 gunpowder. Not bad. Oh, speaking of that, I've learned something about how the item drops work. And that is, it will not give you any of an item if the amount of an item it's trying to give you is more than will fit. So, say you've got space for 2 of an item before the stack hits max capacity, and you try to pick up 3. It won't let you have the other 2. It'll just say you can't have this at all, which in the case of chests means the item disappears, whereas items on the ground will continue to be pick-upable. It's definitely unfortunate. And I ran into that a bunch while I was grinding because I was very lucky in that I was finding a lot of certain things, like tons of bread, for one, and toward the end of my grinding, when I was still in the sewers, grinding gun levels on, like, the classic gun and such, I was finding so much gun repair powder. It was very nice. Like, I bought very little of the repair powder I'm carrying. The main one I bought was regular repair powder. The armband and the gun repair powder mostly just came from drops. Condor is overhead, looking this way. Let's go. That's kind of fun that the way you move from place to place is having a bird just pick you up as you're carrying a giant slab of meat. That one we're probably not going to worry about the metal for, because the only transformation we have is the plant with the spinning head, and it's just not that great.
You really seem to be suffering. When I saw her like that, Mother, I remembered back to when you nursed me when I was sick.
Time for flashback.
Mother, am I going to die?
Don't be silly. Of course you won't die.
But my head, it feels so faint. It's too late, Mother. Call a priest.
It's a hell of a sentence for a child to say.
Don't worry, sweetheart. Just rest and you'll feel better soon. And anyway, it's the priest's day off today.
That's also a hell of a thing to tell a child. It's like, hey, you're not allowed to die today. It's the priest's day off. We can't have him give you last rites.
So if you don't hang on a bit longer, you won't be able to go to heaven.
What? That stinks.
Like, I know it's in jest, but just like, yikes.
Aw.
Fire and ice don't mix, though. I wonder... Oh. Oh, it's a blue version of that little red dragon guy we found at the end of the first game. Oh, and there's just elephants here now. Okay. Oh, that hits hard, huh? Okay. Good to know my defensive stats are not particularly relevant here anymore. Realized I wanted to prioritize leveling the Dussac up, so I swapped back to Monica for now. These monsters are definitely strong, though. That elephant being right behind him really sucks. There we go. Because with that elephant behind him, I could not get behind him or I was going to get hit by the elephant again. Okay, guarding that doesn't seem to be a thing. But you also don't seem to be as tanky as one would expect an elephant to be, so not really a big deal. And yeah, that's good points for this weapon. Alright. Some more baton. I have so much fishing bait, by the way. Oh hey, it counted as him getting hit with the rock. Monica, please, that is not what I told you to do. I understand that the directions get weird sometimes, but could you fucking do what I need you to do? Thank you. It's like one of the main things about this place is gonna be bridges everywhere, which for a canyon kind of makes sense. I'm gonna go out on a limb and assume I can't just sneak up on those guys. That would be too much of that crazy thing known as being convenient. Thanks, Twitch, for distracting me with the fact that you can't seem to keep the chat connected on a Monday anymore. I assume that's the same shrimp that we've gotten in the past. Specifically, the past in this case being the first game. Missed. The fact that he has defense, like, more than halfway around him is kind of bad. You fucking attack, please. There we go. Cycle of 1. Got 6 points. What does it need to build up? Needs attack, smash, and beast. Do I have any of these with specifically a bunch of that? You've got only 5 beast. And no beast. Bitches. Got 11 smash on this battle wrench. It would probably be more efficient, though, just to put the gems in it with the way those are. Because for all I know, it just needs to go up to 60 beast, for example. Nope, it definitely needs more than that. Okay, very good. I am going to go out on the assumption that some of the enemies in this area do count as beasts, though, so we're going to focus on that stat first. And, like, raise it by another 10. I obviously can't raise it by exactly 10, so we'll just raise it by 12. See if 70 is enough. 70 is also not enough. Maybe it's 75 then. I could have just went ahead and went for the 15, but I'm like, nah, let's try to save one. Wasting my inputs right there. $75 is also not enough. Okay. We might be working on that for a bit then. I also had the realization that it may actually be that I counted the upgrade steps wrong for getting the weapon shop lady to join. Because I know it said 2, but maybe I was counting 2 incorrectly. And I don't really know how to follow up the explanation of that sentence in a way that would make any sense. The concern I have is genuinely like a very big stretch concept there. But there's a world in which what I'm thinking is true. I swear I must have tried like the enemy rando or something for the first game. I swear I saw these fire dragon things in an area that I did not see them in the first game. But it's not here either that I remember seeing them. But I've got just like this weird like random memory of them being somewhere else. And I have no good way to explain that memory either. It's just like, yep, that's a thing that happened. Now, when, where, why? Something. Son of a bitch. Oh, and for the record, the new randomizer I'm talking about is not a Dark Cloud randomizer. Because there's only partial ones for that still, from what I've been able to see. Not one that randomizes all of the options, like enemies, chests, etc. all at once. There's only, like, one of each category at a time. So I was correct in my thought that it was an archipelago, but I don't know the details of that one, and the new random I'm talking about isn't going to be an archipelago. Not necessarily, anyway. So I may add a bonus goal to, like, turn it into an archipelago, since the one I'm thinking of is valid within archipelago.
Hello there.
Hey, Callista, how's it going? Curse you, floating enemies, and the fact that half of my attacks don't hit you. I would have just magicked him down, but I'm obviously trying to level the sword, so it's kind of an issue. This bandit brassard she has now, though, is nice because it steals items. Basically, just occasionally when you hit an enemy, it'll take the item. Which, you know, as you might imagine, pretty handy. Now, as far as those 2 gift capsules go for getting more monster medals and such, I don't actually know what monsters I want. Like, I don't know if you can become every monster in the game. I feel like you can't. But I didn't end up looking up any information about it. And my memory on that feature is not that great. Like, I feel like getting at least one of the Gemrons would be a very on-brand decision to make. So I probably should get one of them. Something like the Masked Tribesman might actually be really fun to have, just because of the fact that they're invincible from the front. And I feel like that would work well for the player. I don't know whether the game would allow that, though. That's where the question mark comes in.
Looks like we got them all.
Yeah, obviously we didn't get the medal there because I didn't use monster transformation. Which is why I was talking about what monsters I should try to get. Thing is, I would assume, since you have to put an item in the gift capsule to give to a monster, that you have to give them the right thing. And I don't know what anything's gonna want. So I was kind of torn on that logic to begin with, like, well, do I look that up just to save resources? Because those gift capsules aren't cheap. They're not that expensive either. They're just a bunch of bones and some clay. Which isn't ridiculous, but obviously with the amount of money we had in the last session, it would have been too expensive. Part of the reason I have 2 now is because during my grinding I got a lot of clay and bones. Because obviously I spent a long time in the forest where you get clay and bones. And I'm seeing the bitrate being unstable but still green over there. So hopefully everything's still watchable just fine. If there is major trouble happening, do let me know. I don't think there's anything I'll be able to do about it because it's not on my end, since I don't see any drop frames or anything. But just like let me know and we'll see what happens. Let's see what these geostones we picked up so far are like. I don't anticipate we got anything huge yet, but can't hurt to look. We got Weather Vane, Brick House, Chinese Stand. Condition all 4 plateaus at the same height has been made clear. Condition Suspension Bridge restored has been made clear. Nice brick houses. Okay. I'm assuming this stand might be related to getting the chef back together again. Is like he starts from this stand and then ends up having his own bistro or something. That would make sense. Yeah, Lao Chao's bistro restored needs 3 things. I presume one of which being a chef has to move here. I'm gonna make the Chinese stand, because I'm willing to bet we're gonna need it, like I said. And I'm kind of curious to see if placing it will fulfill one of the criteria for Lao Chao or not. Just put it there for sake of argument. No, but I guess it would have to be staffed for it to count. And you'll notice the Chinese stand does count as a house. So somebody can live there. Or live in quotation marks, I suppose. Let's also go to cleanup mode. See what I can pick up while we're here. See about getting some free material. Well, honestly, this place seems to be pretty clean. Like, not many obstructions that I can actually remove to get any free resources. Unlike the forest that had a bunch of random junk in the way. Yeah, it seems like there's a whole lot of fuck all here. There wasn't much of a reason for me to actually go flying around for the moment. Oh well. I tried. Oh, I tried to do one of the early use items only ones, by the way, and I learned something kind of annoying. Bats are really hard to hit with bombs. I'm not gonna worry about doing the item only one here either, I'll be honest. That'll be a future me problem. You seem like somebody that's better suited to being blasted with the ride armor. And I'm gonna keep calling it a ride armor because that's just where my brain goes. It is armor that you ride around in, therefore it is a ride armor. And honestly, it sounds better than ride pod. And I don't think I pointed this out, but I do want to take a moment and appreciate the convenience of being able to just stick-click to switch between characters and switch between their alt forms. Once you get used to it, it's good. Oh, the dog statues. Look at them. They're back from the first game. So, honestly, it seems like a lot of enemies are going to get reused from the first game, which makes a degree of sense. No reason not to reuse models you've already got. And I would say it's better for them to reuse them from one game to the next than them to get out of hand with, like, recolors all over the place or anything. Dang it. Great, I just healed that. Oh, heal it again. And honestly, it kind of helps keep a bit of world consistency if you're reusing enemies from one game to another within the same world. Assuming that this game takes place in the same world as the first game, which, considering the 2 moons and everything, seems fairly likely. At the very least, it's within the same set of planets. And I'm bringing this up more now, even though there was some reused enemies in the first couple areas. More on the basis of some of these enemies would not be things you'd expect to see everywhere. Like, dog statues are a little out there to be everywhere. Little gremlin dudes, sure. Bats, sure. Moles, they're moles. A mole's a mole. But a dog statue designed very specifically that way kind of stands out a little bit. And obviously the game has its own unique monsters too, like the big trees, the robot guys, the masked tribesmen, the clowns, the elephants. It's got plenty of its own, is the point. Before anybody tries to take that as a, he hates this game because it has just the same reused monsters. Like, no. The roster is filled up a little bit by reuse, but there's plenty of its own as well, which is, as I said already, perfectly fine. And at least there hasn't been a boss that's been a reused boss from the first game or anything yet. Bosses are where it would be particularly a negative. Oh yeah, and a mimic is a mimic is a mimic. I'm not really gonna say anything particularly there. And I was kicking around the idea of doing something special for Black Friday, since I should be back to business by then. But I'll be honest, I didn't really have too much click in my brain as a, yeah, this would be fun as a specific to Black Friday thing. But there's also not really too much you can do unique to Thanksgiving either, necessarily. That would be particularly interesting. So I found myself at a bit of a quandary there. Because one of the things I thought about doing for Black Friday was like messing around with Sail Blazers again and seeing how the updates changed for it, for example. But I feel like one stream wouldn't be enough for that, so it wouldn't really feel right. You see where the, just like, I'm not sure what to do comes from there. Now, obviously, we are going to be doing something on Black Friday. I just don't know what. Okay, 80 is what I needed for Beast, so I probably need 80 for Smash as well. That just seems likely. Which also may mean that I need 80 for the attack, too. This will at least get us to 70 for Smash. Yep, still need more, so it's probably gonna be next level to push the Smash to 80 and see if it is correct or not. Definitely can do more damage to these golems now, but not enough more damage to be worth burning all of that weapon durability cutting through him when I can just chip him down with the cannons and then finish him off with the sword to save a lot of weapon durability. Technically, I could just gun him down entirely. But I wouldn't want to cop out entirely on fighting the golem. But you can see the diminishing returns you're getting even just at like level 3 on a weapon. This is why it took so long to get everything I wanted to level 5 to level 5. Is getting that 5th level is kind of slow. Kind of awful in some ways. Angel. Oh, great. Thanks for having the full heal and cure ailments angel right next to the full heal and cure ailments pool. Video games. Fun thing I was considering, by the way, is if you guys pass the sub goal by a certain amount within the day or so that the sub goal gets hit, I would go an extra step and let the new randomizer be something y'all choose. Make it interesting. Like, I don't know if I'd give you full free choice, but I would, like, put up a poll of a couple options. I wouldn't want it to be something that would be... How do I phrase this? I don't want to say unplayable, but, like, way too much to try to figure out, like, something that I'd never played before would be a little bit of a gamble, for example. Even though randomizers exist for RPGs, I don't know if I'd go for one of those as well. Okay. I thought the all enemies defeated thing had popped, but my brain just, like, deleted the last minute or two while I was having that thought process go through. So I had to check. Now, obviously, my only main goal for today is just getting through this dungeon in its entirety and getting Balance Valley sorted out. Ideally, we will also get the last thing done for Sindane as well. Okay, Max's right-hand weapon. We can do that. It'll slow down getting the sword finished, but this one's at least easy to do. Relatively easy to do. Not the monster form. I clicked the wrong stick. His right-hand weapon is just wrench, and his wrench is pretty good. Just because it's a specific weapon area, it's this. Nope, it was poison. Agnabbit. Oh, hooray, some wind element. That's actually good, but I'm not sure I'm happy to get that in exchange for being poisoned. That's a lot of rocks, good god. This is a mess. I guess there's gonna be nothing in any of these. Well, there was something in that one, and it clipped into the wall when I threw it over there. Well. That's what you get for having your tail dangle down into reach. You gotta be careful with tails, kind of like capes. They stick out into places that might get you in trouble. I should know. Of course, the tail is harder to get rid of than a cape. You can take a cape off, you can't really take your tail off. You know, unless you're something that can just grow your tail back like a lizard. Again, I definitely should know that too, but you know, that's a whole other situation. Of course, shapeshifting also makes the whole tail problem a lot simpler. Just kind of like pull it in for a while when you need it out of the way. Ah, that's what the powerful yo-yo thing was referring to. Hold that thought, stealing this. I was actually trying to hit him, but you know. Ow. I wonder if I can get yo-yo arms like that for Steve. Probably. I did want to build this Smash Wrench up again as well, so this works out that we're going to be leveling this. It's got 4 points right now. What does it actually need? It needs Attack, Lightning, Beast, or Attack, Chill, and Smash. Well, I feel like the Attack, Chill, and Smash is the better choice here, because we have more of that. We could get the Lightning pretty well from the drill wrench that I threw the pile of lightning on. I may have actually subconsciously realized that this was something that would be useful. We're in danger. Didn't mean to do another jump attack, but it's okay. It's a good thing blocking is actually powerful in this game. Otherwise, we'd be in so much trouble right now. I say as I block slightly too late to block that because I misjudged the distance. But, you know, it's fine. At least we lived through that where we otherwise would not have. Just stuff some more bread in those wounds, it'll be okay. I don't have any room for bombs. Even though it says I have 15 up there, I also have 5 in my inventory, and the 2 actually combine to make the 20 that you can carry instead of counting as separate things. While also not stacking into the slot up there. It's a bit of a weird one. I learned that when I was working towards trying to do the other one that was clearing everything out with only items, rather. So if you ever wanted to split the stack on something, you can kind of do it if it's something that can go in those slots up there. I just don't know why that would be beneficial. I thought at first that I was actually getting past the stack limit that way. Like it would let me carry more of them, but the answer to that question proved to be an absolutely not. Also, it's worth noting that the whole Max's right-hand weapon thing is actually kind of fucky. Because if you think about it, in the menus, his gun is on the right-hand side, but his model is holding the wrench with the right hand. But I've already proven when I was doing the dungeon runs in the sewer that right hand refers to his melee weapon. You may or may not have heard me mashing the button to get the menu up to heal before the robot got too close. To cover if I make a mistake here. Or if something just magically got through my block, which does happen sometimes. Now, if I go across the bridges, it would be faster, but this gets me across without having to touch any of the bridges, and it does map completion, which does not matter, but it makes my brain happier. Have more of the map filled out. And repair powder. The temptation to shoot one of these to pull them apart was very strong. Oh god. This is why I'm now caught between two of them. This situation really sucks. This is going to be really rough. You know what? I think this is a situation for one of the couple stamina drinks I've got. Aw, stamina drink. Oh, there we go. I was gonna say it no longer changes us to a weird color. But it does, it just doesn't constantly do it. You pulse yellow instead of just being pink. Was that a waste of the stamina drink? Slightly. But I wanted to be safe.
That takes care of you guys.
You see, killing them using stamina power doesn't count as killing them with an item, because you're still using the wrench to do the actual killing. Nice, ABS bonus is always good to get, since it gets a decent amount of experience for both weapons. Okay, we got 8 points on this right now. So I'm thinking we try to raise the smash and the chill in equal measure. Probably start from the smash and see if that gets me. No. Like put 4 points in, which may leave it. Yeah, because it'll leave it one short of going to 50. But this will be a way of seeing if 40 is enough. It is. Okay. Then I can also do the same thing with the chill. That's why I split it the way I did. Unless it's 45. If it's 45, then we'll need one more chill crystal on the next level. But that's okay. Yep. It might very well be 45, or if chill needs more and it'll actually be 50. Because it seems to operate in fives. Doesn't seem to go for like, oh, you need 36 or 39 or something. For the most part. Also, can I say that weapon synth spheres do not seem to be anywhere near as powerful as they were in the first game? But at the same time, we're in the early game using them, whereas I waited till like the end of the game really to start worrying too much about using synth spheres significantly. So it may just be a scale situation there where, like, yeah, obviously using a late game weapon synth sphere is gonna be better than an early game synth sphere. And of course my synth spheres are also a mess. I just kind of threw a bunch of junk together rather than focusing a bunch of stats up. Make it more worthwhile. Get out of here, because we know there's nothing in that little bit of unexplored map over there since we have the magic crystal. When I'm just running down pathways like this, I am checking on a couple other things at the same time in case people are like, why did you miss that bridge? I am distracted, as I perpetually am. I exist in a perpetual state of distraction, as we all know, though. Now we find out which of the two paths is actually the one I'm allowed to go on, or if this is one where I'm actually allowed to go both ways. Defeat all using monster transformation. It's got a red seal. Okay, though. So it's a Monica only area, which is completely fine. Joke's on them about me using the monster transformation, though. This monster transformation is not up to par. Ooh, a free bell trigger. Real shame that I spent all that time making one, only to just find one literally the same session I made one. But it's fine. That's still a gun with really good starting stats that I can turn into a synth sphere. Or, more likely, turn the original one into a synth sphere and slap it into that one. I don't think it builds up on one singular path. Yeah, it has a split path, so I could also just take it down both paths and see what they turn into instead. This stage talked about an elephant army, so I'm going to assume every enemy on this stage is going to be elephants. Which we do lots of damage to now because of all the beast we put into the sword. So, not really a threat. If anything, this is just going to be free experience for the Dusak sword. But I probably should see what the Bandit Brassard can steal from them. See if we get anything cool. Don't really expect elephants to have much of anything interesting to steal, but I've been surprised before. Things without any pockets have had some very interesting stealable items in RPGs before. It does feel slightly bad to be robbing an elephant, but, you know. The hero's gotta do what a hero's gotta do. Ah, good. Restocking my ride pod fuel. We did use a bunch of that where we were before. Oh, we stole an Evi. Okay. Which did not look like a shrimp this time. It's actually just kind of like a bag. Oh, okay. It does turn into its normal shrimp form. Just a bag when it's on the ground. Makes sense. You wouldn't want your shrimp to just be out on the ground. I managed to deflect one of them. For some reason, I forgot about the second swing, so I stopped guarding. Before anybody's like, why aren't you switching to the ride pod to kill this one faster? We can't turn to max on this red seal floor, which by extension means we can't use the ride pod on this floor. Because you have to turn into max to be able to use the ride pod. He's the only one who can drive it. There we go. Give us this geostone. It's actually getting... Move. Hit. There we go. It was nice and comfortable, but it's getting too warm now. I was just sitting there with a big blanket just strewn across my legs because my legs have been getting cold the last day or two. Not anymore. I had a brief lapse of attention there, and that's all it took to die. Good thing I saved between every floor of the dungeon, huh? I for some reason thought she could take that hit. And just like, it's fine. Whack, dead. Oh, right. Admittedly, if it weren't for that red seal, we'd also be able to just swap to max to carry on anyway. So we lost only a couple minutes of progress, that's fine. I don't think we... Did we pick up anything cool in here? Oh wait, we picked up that bell trigger. That's now gone. Well, that's fine. See, this is why I ended up getting hit, because sometimes these elephants just sit there and walk at you. And you can't do anything. I also know that you can steal shrimp from them, and I'm not particularly concerned about that as a concept. Air powder. There we go, we replaced the ride pod fuel. Of course, we gotta do this dance again. Just a note, game, I wouldn't have been upset if the entire floor was elephants. At least they die reasonably quickly. We are getting chip damage to death here. Or even blocking these attacks. Don't think I didn't notice, game. I'm actually paying attention now. Dying kind of puts things in perspective. Another golem. Forgot about the second swing. Not gonna forget about the chip damage, though. He had the meat. I think that's it. Just hearing a very faint, almost like wind noise. Interesting how his attack noise was still playing even though he was guarding. I decided to be greedy there because it made sense to just rush that. Ride pod fuel, but we can't carry it. Ride pod does need fuel. You go ahead and refuel, because you can do that without needing to be in the ride pod and go grab that fuel. Wouldn't want to leave that behind, considering we can only carry 5 of them at a time. Great, weapon destroying. Ooh, you know what? That's kind of worth it, though. A second bandit brassard. I will accept that in exchange for breaking mine, since they don't go away or anything. Of course, this means I could have avoided having to spend the bandit coin and a bunch of wind element and such making one earlier, but, you know, it's fine. Which, I got the bandit coin from a clown box, by the way. One of the pick-up box chests. Those of you interested in how to get one. I assume there's other ways to get them as well. That was just how I got the one I had. Since I knew about the bandit brassard, I wanted to make one. So I immediately took that coin and used it. Of course, around the same time I ended up making that was the same time I had made her the gold brassard already, so it wasn't as much of an upgrade as it could have been. You know, the classic situation there, really. Somehow these things always happen that exact way. Oh good, more armband repair powder to make up for the ones I'm having to burn here. Or repairing when my weapons get broken randomly. Oh, holy Gemron, so I guess every element's represented in a Gemron somewhere. I almost did the thing again where I get myself killed. I thought he was rearing up to die, not hit me. That almost could have been bad too. These elephants went from not being a problem to suddenly being a really fucking big problem. But you know, they were already really fucking big. They just added being a problem onto that. I should have just backflipped away when it was doing the slam. Okay, managed to get guard up in time. That's another level for the Dusak. Hopefully this will bring it close to being able to build up. Split the difference. We'll give it 2 bonuses to smash. And then if that's enough, we will raise up the power. That is not enough. Okay, we'll just put the other 2 points into Smash straight up then. This is more than likely gonna need 80, like I had theorized. But it could have been like 65 and 65. That's still not enough! What are you doing? Turning this damn sword into a sledgehammer? Bloody hell. Two more armband repair powders. Empty. Sad. There's 2 more enemies to kill. Looks like 1 less swing to kill elephants, so that's good. Ow.
Looks like we got them all.
There we go, red seal broken. And we get yellow paint for our reward. Hooray. Now there's 2 exits here, which we knew about already because this was one of the areas with a split path. But I'm wondering if there's actually going to be anything specific about the exits this time, or if you can actually choose for this one. I'm going to assume there's going to be something blocking the way on one of the 2. Yeah, but see, there's a sun symbol on that one. So I assume there's gonna be a star symbol on this one over here, and we won't be able to use it, just like the one in the forest. Eleven super hot peppers. No, there's a moon here, but it doesn't seem like it's impeding me doing anything. Now I'm allowed to go this way, so we'll go this way then. We just may have to come back to this floor and see if we're allowed to go the other way as well. Okay, that was the path that takes it up this way. Okay. Well, we're gonna save, and against my better judgment, we're going right back into that floor to see if I can go the other way. Even though that's gonna mean fighting a bunch more elephants again. We can actually switch to max now, so I'm just gonna ride pod through this instead. Okay, no, that sound I'm hearing isn't in-game. Hang on. I'm hearing just like a constant... It's like very faint. I need to go investigate this though, so give me 1 sec. Okay, I figured out what it was. They're cutting into the road around the corner, which is why I was only very barely getting caught on my hearing. But it almost sounded like a damn siren, like a tornado alarm or something going off in the distance. So I'm like, I should probably check just to make sure. Not that we get tornado alerts like ever here, but with the way my luck's been lately, today would have been the day to spontaneously have that be the first time it happens. And I don't listen, and then suddenly, whee! Off into the sky. You know? Important to know what's going on around you. Even if it does sound like the words of a paranoid man. Which, you know, wouldn't be inaccurate, as we have discussed in the past. So on other notes of discussion, some of y'all probably saw the posts asking for donations and such a bit more because, you know, funds are getting tight. Because, you know, as usual, it's the end of the year, everybody's money starts getting a little rough. I did receive a decent amount of support on that at Angle, and if any of the ones who have done that are here, I do want to once again thank you so much for the help. But there is still more room for improvement, so if people do have any spare money they are willing to pass along, that would be greatly appreciated. There it is. I was like, it's awfully quiet over here. I was wondering when the next enemy was going to be visible. Yep, there's the exit. And I know I should be kicking over all those rocks to get resources, but we're doing pretty well on resources still, even with the amount of bread Monica ended up eating to stay alive in this area. My interest remains much more focused on treasure chests. Ooh, a pair of treasure chest keys. Which I got a couple of those while I was grinding as well. Well, finally, and I ended up using both of them very quickly. And on a similar note of reminding people about things due to annoying circumstances, I do want to remind everybody that there is a lurk command and a lurk redeem for those who do not wish to make themselves known in any other ways, which I fully understand. I would be in the same exact position y'all are. This way, Twitch actually counts people properly. Let's see if I can go this way. Yes, it does work. So this one lets you go both ways. Okay. Let's clean up this short path here first then, and then we'll go on the main path further. I remain confused why you just aren't allowed to go down the other path in the forest then. That is weird. Kill all using only Monica's sword. Well, that's good, because I'm trying to train up her sword still. Dangerous treasure chest. Great, it's gonna be a bunch of mimics, isn't it? Oh, Oh, stamina drink to replace the one I used earlier. Great. That may have sounded like a less than enthused great, but that's actually genuine. Like, oh, good. That's actually helpful. Yep, there's Mimic number 1 of probably many. You poisoned me in me. Little shitter. Oh, speaking of, I finally got hit with the thirsty debuff while I was running around as well. Seems the moles can give you the thirst. Just a little bit of additional tidbit information for anybody that was interested. Did that thing again where I stand there and take the slam. And then get outsped by an elephant twice. That's what I was trying to do when I got slapped. For some reason, I don't always get those jump attacks to happen, and I don't really know why. Though for all I know, it is further things related to the degrading of this controller. Which I feel like I haven't had this controller for that long. But I also have to realize that I've got a bad sense of time these days. Like, that is a fact I should come to terms with. So even though I think I've not had it for that long, I may have had this for like 2 or 3 years now. So I'm thinking about the people I was talking to around the time when I got this. And I definitely haven't talked to some of them in a couple years, so it has to have been more than a year just on that logical basis. Tide pod fuel. Don't hit the fairy with the rock. As much as I would rather hit him with a rock to deal with the little shitter. Can't be doing that or we lose that medal. Oh, Mighty Healing. That's the first one we've seen for this game. Like, obviously we learned that Dr. Dell will sell them to us, but we hadn't bought any yet. Because we never actually looked in his inventory. I probably should have done that. It's fine. We can do that anytime. Yep, it flipped back to Devil anyway. Great! Once again, I heal only for the Devil coin to take half of it away again anyway. My favorite. Goody goody, green paint. I have to assume that painting people's houses is gonna matter. Like, I have to assume some of the stuff's gonna have to be painted different colors. And that's why they're so prolifically giving me paint. Like, somebody will complain that their house isn't purple or something. Ah, the clown. He's where I got the bandit coin from.
Which shall it be?
I think it's the red box. And we get another bandit brassard that way. Okay. Still never got that gun I saw in one of the earlier clown boxes. I saw it again a couple times, and still never managed to successfully get it. I've always picked the wrong box for it. Since this guy's strong, we'll go ahead and stamina drink to fight him. Case in point, cut my health in half immediately anyway. Actually running out of bread. Now to take advantage of this stamina drink while we have it. to just go truck through a bunch of enemies. This may as well at that point, right? Magic crystal. I was expecting that to be a mimic, but it just got a bone in it. Maybe it's a mimic that's playing possum is like, no, I ain't dying today. I'll just give you the item. Here you go. Now go away. Wouldn't that be a concept? A mimic with self-preservation instincts. That very slight whirring I'm hearing from the work down the corner really still driving me crazy, by the way. Just want everybody to know that. Like, there's nothing sound-wise, at the very least, more annoying than a sound like just at the edge of your hearing. Or at least for me. I can't speak for everybody on that one. But if I'm hearing just like a constant low noise that I'm only barely able to hear, it drives me up the damn wall. I would almost rather it actually be a loud noise, just so I at least have confirmation of what it is and everything. Oh wow, we actually got the time goal for that one. Look at that. Now, I felt like I wasn't going that fast because of how many times I had to sit there and protect against the king mimics. That's, I think, our only time attack clear. So that is remarkable. Whee! Keep saving as I do after every floor because of what happened earlier. Because for all that our weapons are reasonably up to snuff for this area, our defense certainly isn't. Let's quickly take a peek though and see if we can do anything in town now. Because it's important to periodically check on this. We picked up a couple geostones since the last time we were here. Downloading, downloading, downloading. Download complete. You can now make warehouse, wooden fence, iron lamp, brick chimney, iron fence. 20 culture points obtained, made clear. Lower prayer site restored, made clear. 15 trees placed, made clear. Prayer site and bridge restored. 2 people reside in valley. Crystal prayer site restored. Starlight Temple restored. Crystal Prayer Site restored. So many things restored. Sacred Gate restored. Ferdinand at the Chinese stand made clear. Tool shop restored, made clear. So yeah, we have most of the conditions for this area. And yeah, see, we need somebody named Ferdinand at the Chinese stand. I think we met Ferdinand back in Palm Brinks thing. We'd have to go back and talk to people back in Palm Brinks to find out if we know a Ferdinand. That name feels familiar, but I can't confirm it. But I was right that the Chinese stand is necessary for the bistro. But note, we have to restore the Starlight Temple to restore the bistro. Which, Monica basically said that, but there was a chance where we'd be able to restore it first. Like, partially, just like we had restored the tree partially. So we need the prayer site and the bridge restored, 2 people in the valley, and the crystal prayer site for the Starlight Temple to be restored. And in order to get the lower prayer site, we need 20 culture points. Bridge needs the lower prayer site. So both of those are obviously required for the Starlight Temple. And then the crystal prayer site needs the lower prayer site and something else. So the fact that there's a lower prayer site implies that at least one of these plateaus needs to be lowered then. And I guess we can just make a bunch of trees. Didn't get a new tree, right? I only have the 2 trees. Yeah. Make us a forest, I suppose. Make me 15 thorn trees, and we're just gonna chuck them. We're just gonna chuck them around. Wherever it'll let me put them. Plateau 3, you get to have some trees. Nope, Plateau 3 has been lowered. We're out of alignment now. That's okay. Plateau 1 will also get a couple trees. Then we're actually going to go back to the future. Or go to the future in the first place, I suppose, more accurately. Because we haven't actually been to see the damaged future in this era yet. There we go, they've been put back into alignment by the amount of trees I've chucked around. Got trees left still, though, so... keep distributing trees, I suppose. There we go. That's all 15 trees. That obviously didn't cause anything to happen yet. Because we need the 20 culture points in order for the lower prayer site to be restored. But as soon as it gets restored now, the suspension bridge will also be restored. So that should help. Yeah, let's go see what the future holds. It's gonna be probably a lot of nothing. But I'm hoping to pick up a couple boxes on the ground here in the future, like we've done before. And maybe take a picture of something, if there is anything to take pictures of. I just can't believe this temple got wiped out by that diabolical Emperor Griffin. Only the Great Sage Crest were here. Hey, you at least remember him. That's good. That's better than Jurak had. Jurak just didn't exist at all anymore. Looks like I can't even go down the steps or anything, so I guess no treasure for us. So I'm assuming I can't go running off this way. Yep, it's just invisibly walled off. Limits of time. There we go, we did get 1 Fruit of Eden. Wasn't a total loss. These chests are a little hard to spot because they aren't the bright red chests they were in the previous game. I don't know why they changed them. Suppose let's take a quick trip to Palm Brinks and see if any of the immediate places I can think of have somebody named Ferdinand. I went to the station specifically because I want to pop by the cafe and such that are here and the bar, see if any of those are the correct person. You know, when the railway was running, I used to travel the world and write novels. Then one day they just shut the railway down. Yeah, it just kind of happens sometimes. Hi, Monica. Have you gotten familiar with the town? Oh yeah, we never did check this shop, did we? I don't think I ever checked either of these. My mom used to work in this shop. She kept her eye on my dad the whole time. Now, I guess I can't buy anything here. How about this bar? I've been a bartender for 40 years. I've known that girl since she was a baby. She's always been nice. Alright. I see why I didn't worry about coming up here now. What would be your ideal station? Oh, you don't have to answer that, young lady. When you've been working here as long as I have, that's the kind of stuff you think about. Are you a Ferdinand? Told you, no drinks for you. Ah, you're interested in this car here, are you? Before, when the town wasn't closed off, cars used to drive all over. I bet you knew that already. Alright. Yep, same dialogue for both. Kinda figured. Walked away just because I feel like it'd be kind of weird if I just suddenly transformed into a different person in front of him. That door doesn't open. And you're obviously not Ferdinand, but I was wondering if there was like gonna be somebody lurking around here. Yep. Same dialogue you've always had about your coffee. Kind of. Where would a Ferdinand be? Assuming, since we already took Polly away from the bakery, that there isn't going to be a guy named Ferdinand just hanging in here. I finally learned how to peel vegetables. I'm still not confident enough to cook anything for Gerald. Okay. And they've got a new cashier running the place now. Well, I'm a baker's apprentice. I'm handling the bakery while Polly's away. I'm a little nervous, but this is all part of my training. I guess I'll do my best. Good for you, kid. Here, I'll help you out. I'll buy some bread from you. And I'll buy a little bit of water, too. So you can tell Polly you did a good job. Ignoring the fact that I can just buy that bread from Polly at any time, as long as I go to the train. Wait. Oh, Monica's monster research. Monica reads a useful-looking book, but it isn't very helpful. Great. Great, I'm so glad that the helpful-looking book was not helpful at all. So I guess that's leads on, like, what a monster will want. Things like that. We don't have a monster notes book yet, so let's get that. 'Cause that might be why the other thing doesn't work. I don't know why I'd want the seal-breaking scroll, but let's get that too, just in case. And I guess we could use the cooking stove, too, so let's grab that while I'm here. 'Cause I'm gonna forget that all those things are in there. And now we have information on all of the monsters we've faced. You can see a lot of the enemies here in the underground channel are all worth 6, 8. Darkness is worth 10. Vanguards are worth 16, but they obviously are, like, big, tough targets. King Mimics are worth 10 in the underground channel. Little tree guys that blow up, they obviously don't give anything. We've beaten 132 of them. That's how many of those things were spawned by the tree men. 10 for pumpkin heads, 10 for grass, 14 for skeleton soldiers, 10 for moles, 10 for Himara, 12 for face of Pranya, 14 for Tortoise, 10 for Mimic, 16 for the big trees, 18 for the Sonic Bombers, 8 for the Pixies, 18 for Yomo, 14 for Fire and Ice Elementals, and for Spider Ladies, 12 for Hunter Fox, 20 for Killer Snakes. I should have been farming them, I didn't realize they were worth that much. Tigriff, of course, are worth 22. They're not that tough either. Oh, they have power crystals. Well, I know what I might be farming tonight, if I do any farming. King Mimics here are, of course, worth more than the previous King Mimics. Smiling Fairies from the Canyon that we've already beaten 22 of are worth 18. Masked Tribesmen are worth 20. Already seen most of their drops as well. Rams, worth 22. Dog Statues drop power crystals are worth 20. Elephants also drop power crystals. Fire Gemron drops fire things, what do you know? Ditto with wind for their type. All of them are their element, basically. Sword is ineffective against Golem, who would have thunk it? Mimics here are worth 20. Yo-Yo Barrels are actually worth 30. I was expecting more. 20 for Starlight King Mimics. And there you go. You now know a little bit about all the monsters we faced. Yeah, Max still has less health, so we're gonna give Max the heal. Ordinarily, I'd be focusing on whoever is a melee character, but they're both melee and ranged together, so I'm gonna be trying to keep them both even, probably, for the most part. Unless I start, like, only using Monica in combat or something. Which I find highly unlikely, just on the basis of there's going to be too many cases where one or the other can't be used. Let's... There's a couple other potential places to check, like one of the people at Max's house might be the person we need. Though... It's the guy over here. No, this was the art place. This wasn't the place I was looking for. Another unhelpful book. I'm assuming I'm still missing something for... Oh! Hey there. Monica, right? I'm Parn. I'm a magical artist. I haven't introduced you yet, have I? This is Julia, my wife-to-be. Monica's not very good in this kind of situation. She might get somewhere, but probably not. Better try again and as Max. Hi, I'm here to have the same conversation with you. Hey, Max. I haven't introduced you yet, have I? This is Julia, my wife-to-be. Like I had this conversation a minute ago with your girl, but you know what? It's fine. Yeah, you can laugh. I know it's strange. Who'd fall in love with a girl in a picture? I'm a magical artist. I have the power to make things I draw real. Whatever I draw really does exist in the picture, as long as it's not a living thing. Even a magical artist can't draw life. But I've heard of a way. There's a golden egg in a big old tree. It's said that with its golden color, you can give life to anything you draw. Max, you're going out of town, right? Wonder if you can get a hold of some golden paint. Of course, I don't expect you to do it for nothing. If you can help me, I'll use my new power to help you in return. Big old tree with a golden egg. Where on earth would you find a tree like that? It's almost like we found that already, because we have golden paint on us. Hey, Parn. I've been waiting for you. Quick, give me the paint so I can give life to my picture. Not sure this is a good idea, but you know what? I'll see how this plays out. Because I assumed it was going to be the golden paint, because it said magical artist paint, and he's a magical artist. This is gold paint. I'll try it straight away. Wow. She's real. Amazing. She's perfect. I I'm Julia. It's a pleasure to meet you. Thanks, Max. I haven't forgotten my promise. Please use my new power whenever you want. Karn joined your party. Julia joined your party. Julia went to the train. Oh, so Julia is gonna join us as well. Please use my new power whenever you want. What does your new power do? Guess I'll have to go to the train to find out. Today we unlocked a new pair of people for the train in a slightly unexpected way. Doesn't appear to be anybody home. I don't think I ever was actually in this place other than trying to get the baker. This is Morton's house, but somebody else was here when we were doing the bread quest. Is why I'm nosing around. Oh, Max, I've heard that you've been going out of town recently. Great, why don't you take me with you? Okay, you're thinking it won't be any use because I'm a girl. I actually bring people a lot of luck. Never rains when I go out, and I've never seen a losing lottery ticket. What do you think? Sure, kid, why not? You'll take me with you? I didn't think you would. How come I'm the only one that has to ask you when you've been asking all the other people? If you just asked, then of course I would have helped you. I know. If you can find me, then I'll help you. What do you think? In other words, let's play hide and seek. Right? Go. I'm sure you're doing a great job of hiding. Oh well, looks you'd better try to find Corinne. She's probably hiding somewhere in Palm Springs. Now, I could go find her, or I could pretend she's hiding really well and just never worry about that again. Doing such a great job hiding, I'm never gonna find you. Oh no. Apparently I just never came in here and never got those pictures. Explains a few things. Things about inventions I'm missing, probably, to those who know. Actually, no, I took a picture of the pumpkins out here, so I had pumpkin already, I think. Any of these places actually exist? Nope. We already took away the priest, so we know it isn't him. There was another place that I remember finding. I'm trying to find it again. So I thought there was a second place over here by the doctor. But at the same time, I also thought that that was the art place, so I may just be tripping. Who are you? You look like you could be a Ferdinand. I really think Dr. Dell looks like a duck. Good for you. Oh, for those playing this that don't know, by the way, this right here is the monument. You can take a picture of that and you'll get some potential information that way. How can you catch fish with lures? I just don't get fishing at all. You, sir, could be a Ferdinand. I'm assuming it's not gonna be any that's wandering around outside. You lucky dog, Max. I wish I had a pretty girl like Monica to hang around with. Creepy. I don't think Max and Monica's ages have been established, but I would not go that angle. And I don't mind going with you. Will there be a moon there? Really? Maybe you're just saying that. I know humans tell lies. Actually, I've changed my mind. I'm gonna wait for the moon to come out here. Maybe it's because something happened in the past, but Rufio doesn't trust humans at all. You've got to get Rufio to believe you. If you give him a photo of the moon, that might do it. Okay, so we can get Rufio as well. Leader of the Lost Boys. People of Palm Springs can live safely knowing that Dr. Dell's around. About that, what if I told you he's riding around in a train with me now and he's not gonna be home for a very long time? Everybody's gonna die, aren't they? Maybe. More people will die if he doesn't come with me, though. Anybody here? Nope. So I guess he didn't even have, like, an assistant to put in charge here or anything either. Yikes. Sure, that's not gonna have consequences. Oh well, not consequences that are our problem. I'm gonna lazy warp myself back to the main part of town. Or not, I guess I can't do that. I'd have to go back to the station and then warp again. I'm like, you know what, never mind. It's no longer the easy solution. Interesting that there's a save point sitting here. I'm really suspicious that there's gonna be a situation where we come crashing through that barricade sometime in the future. Is something's gonna happen here in Palm Brinks. I just get that feeling. I don't know anything about that, just to be clear, in case anybody's like, huh, what does he know? Is there's actually a thing that ends up happening later or something? I genuinely don't know anything, I'm just... That's my instinct kicking in there and just being like, huh, that seems weird that there's a save point all the way out here for no reason. And I say no reason because there's no combat in this area. Why would you need a save point in multiple points in town? Let's see, you're not Ferdinand. Max, if you come looking for me, I've been waiting. Thanks to the castle walls, this town's pretty safe. Time for us to go outside. Good that you're always tinkering about with machines, but I wonder how strong you are. Fighting's all about speed and footwork. If you're any slower than me, it's no good. Why don't we give you a test? Run to the boat at the lake and back. My record is 2 minutes, it's 1 second. You're any slower than that, it's no good. How about it? You want to try? I don't actually know where the boat is at the lake, but I know where the lake is, so let's go. I think I needed a boat for something, and I kept forgetting that there was a boat out on the lake. / never happened to see said boat out on the lake. Or it's a different lake and I'm going the complete wrong way. This is going to be embarrassing. Though so far, we're really making good time considering he gave us 2 minutes. It's in 1 second to get there. Oh yeah, there it is on the dock, I think. Okay, now hurry back to Sheriff Blinkhorn. Okay, that's the trick, is you have to get back to him, too. That might sink us, the fact that I had to get around that kid sitting there. I was gonna take a picture of the boat while I was over there, but we're on a timer, so we're just gonna book it. I don't think we're gonna make it. Or if we do make it, it's gonna be a near thing. So, judging from where we're at now, it's gonna be real close, and I don't think we're making it. Nope, we're just barely not making it. Oh, you're back, right. Let's check your time. Oh dear, 2 minutes, 3.96 seconds is too slow. Giving it another try? Nah, I'll come back to that idea later. Alright, wanna try again? And later, just let me know, I'll be waiting. Anybody in here named Ferdinand? Man, you surprised the dickens out of me, bringing a pretty girl like that here with you. My name's Monica, right? You're a lucky man. Why is everybody being weird about it? You have to be smart to invent things? Not necessarily. Unconventional thinking will get you there, or whether you're smart or not. Yeah, this is one we saw before. Wheat flour, Polly's bakery sign, and fireplace. That I think is how we got bread. Roman and Ada seems to have his eye on Monica, but he's way too old for her. So does like everybody that comments on Monica, basically. Why people gotta be weird about this? I'm running out of ideas for places to check for somebody named Ferdinand, though. Maybe he isn't in Palm Springs. Unless, like I said originally, that he's in Max's house. Why do I have this feeling that we're just gonna, like, empty the entire staff from Max's house? Oh, there is the city hall over here, too. Though, I don't think there was that many people in there of any note, so we won't bother with that. We'll check Max's house, and then we'll get back to business. Because there is a cook there? He might be the one we need. Seems like the obvious answer, and I probably should have went and did that immediately, but I figured I'd poke around a bit first. I went the wrong way to get to Max's house because his house is back across the bridge. We already filched the gardener and one of the maids. Now we're gonna potentially take the chef and send him off to be the start of a famous bistro. Really, at the end of the day, it would be quite the honor if you think about it. Also, this place. Is there even anybody in here? Or is this, like, where Polly lives when she isn't working? Oh! Pff, turns out the kid's just up here. Oh, you found me. Can you find me again? Oh, hello. Wish I could help you out, but fighting's scary and it might get dirty. And I'd hate to be a nuisance to everyone. Sorry, I'll have to say no. There must be lots of unusual things outside of town. I wonder what the trees are like and what kind of flowers there are. If you see an interesting flower, could you take a picture of it for me, Max? I'd so love to see it. She doesn't know this time, but if you show her a picture of something she's interested in, she'll probably give in. Alright. That's another person we can get to emigrate out. Definitely went in this room before. I recognize this room. I remember trying to steal something from the open cabinet up there. I think this is where I then ended up getting a picture of a fireplace from as well. I have a picture of a clock already, don't I? Well, if I don't, I do now. Nope. I was figuring that would tell me whose house that was if I took a picture of it. Turns out, not so much. Time to go run around and talk to people in here. If there's anything you need, I'll do my best to help you. Leave it to me. I don't know if you can help, but just listen to this. I spent some 30 years working hard in this house. That's all I do, but my one hobby is reading. There's a really valuable and rare book that's up for auction at the moment. People are fighting over it. I believe a bid of about 1,000 gilda would be enough. But I don't have those kinds of funds, and if I were to ask my master, he'd be appalled and I'd probably have to resign. So you're my only hope. That's not to say that if you can't help me, I won't help you. Despite what he says, Stuart probably won't help unless you give him 1,000 gilda. Oh well, better get some money together. Well, I do just so happen to have twice as much of that. You won't believe this. The price has gone up to 1,200 Gilda. I'm terribly sorry, but could you get a hold of 1,500 Gilda? This is terrible. There's someone who'll pay 1,800 Gilda. If I don't bid about 2,000 Gilda, there's no way I'll win. Sonny, did you manage to get my 2,000 Guilders together? Yeah, you know what? Go for it. Thank you so much. I'll get straight down to the auction. Alright. I don't know if he's the one I need, but he was available, so I'm taking him along. Very much a take what you can get scenario here. Besides, it amuses me about the concept of just emptying the house out of people. And he's back. Thank you very much. I managed to make a successful bid. I bid strong and everyone else dropped out, but really quickly, so I got it for 1,400 Gilda. So now I can give you back next 600. And I'll work hard from now on to repay you the rest of the money I borrowed. I know I put you to a lot of trouble. I'll repay the favor anytime. Stuart joined your party. Alright. Chef was not in this room, for obvious reasons. He's in the kitchen. I'm just struggling to remember where the kitchen is. It's one of the lower rooms, so it must be over this way. You're not a Ferdinand. You want to join me, though? My horoscope said I'd meet the one today. Too late for me, you say? How rude. It's never too late to find the one for you. Unless you're dead already. If you're dead, that may complicate things a bit. Well, who knows, maybe you'll find the one in the afterlife. Doesn't really sound ideal, but what can you do? Ah, good timing. There's something I wanted to talk to you about. I'm sure you know that I'm making unusual sweets from around the world as part of my research. I've heard that there's a sweet called Castanagacio, which is made using something called Castanara. I've managed to find out that this Castanara grows on the same kind of tree as chestnuts. So I thought I may as well try using chestnuts instead. It's really weird. Chestnuts are sold out all around town. Apparently the mayor's bought them all up or something. Don't you suppose you could help me out? Did you get a hold of any chestnuts? I do happen to have a few. Yes, that's it. Thank you very much. Now I can try to make some Castanagacio. I'll let you try some as soon as it's ready. Actually, is there anything I can do in return? What, you want me to go with you on an adventure? Aha, of course I will. Why didn't you just ask in the first place? Ferdinand has joined the party. There we go. I got the chef. You are the same guy from the bakery. Well, good news. You're gonna have to really step up your game because you're about to be the head chef around here. Congratulations on your promotion, and, well, be a real shame if you got it wrong. And away we go, having filched 2 more people from our father's staff. He can find more, it's fine. There's plenty of people left in Palm Brinks. Now, if we quickly fly over to the Chinese stand, we can go set Ferdinand up. Work there. People in. Bingo. Ta-da! Only a top chef can make delicious food everywhere he goes. What can you do? Make premium chicken, will sell you recovery items. Ooh, he just sells premium chicken straight up. I may very well take him up on that, because premium chicken is a full heal. But we do still have all this crunchy bread that's a full heal as well, so we won't take him up on it right now. But that's worth keeping in mind. For those that may have come in late, the entire reason I did that at all was because it's required as part of getting the bistro back together, which apparently will make a healing food that will save the apprentice of the Sage Crest, so we can find out what happened to him. Not to mention, if we really need to potentially replace the Great Sage, who is apparently supposed to be dead, according to what we've been told so far. So, you know, being dead kind of complicates things. We also have our first 5 culture points for this area. We need 15 more, though, to get the lower prayer site back together again. Now, how exactly are we going to go about it? We don't know of anybody else that is going to want to live here. There's a tool shop, which I would presume I would want to take the guy from the Sundry shop in Palm Brinks and move him here for that. But I haven't had an option to talk to him about moving. Unless Stuart wants to run a shop, but why would he? He's been a butler the whole time. And he never mentioned anything about wanting to be anything other than a butler. Then again, he also went with us on this adventure, so who knows what his life is really like. I suppose we should pop over to the train, though, and actually talk to the people we've moved into the train and see if we can learn anything. After all, you'll never learn anything about people unless you talk to them. Well, there's other ways, but this is the proper way. Also, we can get the ride pod repaired and upgraded while we're at it. Because we have a lot of points. Oh, we can get roller feet. That would make it a lot faster. And we can also snag at core level 2. There we go. Much better ride pod. I'm sure we could have researched feet that are as good, if not better, than these. I probably should have kept those iron legs in case the roller feet are like awkward to use or something, but this is what we're working with now. Good amount of capacity. I think we had 90 before that most recent upgrade. Seems like it's going up 30 each time. The defense on the ride pod could still use some work, but one problem at a time. We'll start from the back of the train. As far as clearing up who's in the train and what they do. We already talked to the priest. We already have talked to Conda many a time. Ah, there's Parn and Julia. Where will you take me? You can escape dungeons at any time and they'll sell you paint. Well, I've got bad news for you then, Parn. You're not gonna be seeing much use at all. Unless I actually need paint at some point. I wonder what kind of armband would look best on me. You sell armbands. And indestructible coins. Okay. You're more useful than Parn already. I'm glad I helped him paint you. Bewitches charms enemies within a certain range. Neat. That's actually fairly useful. Meanwhile, over here with Stuart. If anything happened to you, what would I tell your father? We'll heal you automatically. We'll sell you shoes for max. So we could just get other shoes. Ooh. Lets you walk on hot floors. Makes you feel lighter? I feel like we kind of need these. Both because they're on brand and because if they genuinely let me walk on hot floors, they might actually be required at some point. They don't really fit the rest of the look, but that's fine. I swear, if I have to change the PNG to accommodate it getting better for clothes at some point. What other medicine do you sell? You only sell Mighty Healing. Okay, that's fine. Mighty Healing is going to be great to have, and we will definitely be buying some of it, just not right now. We're a little too broke for that. And that appears to be everybody. Unless some of the others are still hanging about around the train, which the The two engineers are... Well, we've talked to them before. We know what they do. Though speaking of, we don't have anybody in our spare character slot right now, so let's go grab Borneo back, because he's the one who increases item acquisition. Not too concerned about his ore sales. Everything else about him, though, is useful. Otherwise known as the one other feature he has. Which, it's okay. Don't worry about it too much. Now, I would assume it's time for me to go back into the dungeon. But I want to take a quick peek into the future to see if starting the stand-up at all has done anything. Obviously, it'll prompt you when anything big happens in the future. But it's not like we're going very far to get here anyway. Quickly pop to the future, check on things, and pop back. And that's about what I figured, is there's a lot of fucking nothing happening here. It'd be kind of fun if you, like, put all of the platforms way out of whack and they'd actually be, like, way higher or way lower in the future. Or as well. Well, we don't have knowledge that anybody wants to move in anywhere here, or anything in particular would be useful here, so we're not going to worry about doing anything else here yet. Means it's back into the Starlight Canyon. We'll finish that side path we were on over here, and then we'll carry on into the dungeon further. We got a blue seal, the little dragon counterattack. So it's going to be a max only area, or max and ride pod, realistically. Yeah, joke's on you, I've got ice on this wrench. Though, actually, I've got a bunch of different elements on most things at this point. Remember, folks, if you just cross your arms, you can block everything. Editor's note, do not in fact try to block everything with your arms. It will not work. What's in the box? Alright, got the map. And I know this floor was a clear it without healing floor, but unless we used the ride pod, it was highly unlikely we were going to manage that, since our defense really isn't up to snuff here yet. Nor is our weapon power really that great for clearing a place without healing. I'd have to be a lot more on track with guarding than I am. Which, considering I have so much in the way of resources to heal with and such, it's hard to convince myself to worry about healing particularly. I was half expecting this to be a mimic because I was saving healing for walking over to this to get the free heal. Because even if I've got resources, why not save them? What's in the rock? Oh, there actually was something in the rock. It's ride pod fuel. And the ride pod's full, right? Sure is. Okay. Need to worry about that right now, then. Another one down. With a bit of luck, this will be enough to get us to upgrade this smash wrench to the next wrench up, though. keep making Max more useful. He's no slouch in melee combat, that's for sure. Admittedly, his guns keep falling behind a little bit, but that's because I stopped using the grenade launcher in order to try to work up other weapons. Speaking of... did the grenade launcher need to work up to its next form? The answer is yes. We didn't have a lot of resources at the time when this was leveling. And it's actually not that much stronger than the bell trigger at this point. But I do like the grenade launcher. There's a certain satisfaction just having a little cannon in my hand. Just gotta be careful not to wait too long about picking up the ABS or it'll disappear. That's the one downside to the ABS actually dropping on the ground in this one. You can't rush forward quite as hard. If you can clear the enemies fast, you can sometimes just go cruising forward. Not so much when you have to pick up the resources. I did that thing again where I die in this dungeon because I make it bad at accounting for my damage. I thought I could survive a hit from one of those. When did I last save? I saved before I went in, right? Please tell me I saved before I went in. Otherwise we'll have done a lot and wasted my time. Considering we're at Balance Valley Station, I think I saved after doing everything. Suddenly very concerned. Okay, yeah, we're broke as a joke and I have a stove, so yes. Okay. Everything's fine. We'll just move straight back into the dungeon. Oh, got very worried for a second there. That would have been a complete tragedy if I had had to run all around to all those places again and talk to all those people. I got animationed on that one. Why are you out of reach? Okay then, game. Sure. Sure. Doesn't help that there's a second one nearby that's causing problems. Why are you like this, Max? I did not tell you to backflip. I was holding the button so you'd charge your attack. So you'd do that instead of backflipping like you're back in the circus. That plan did not work at all. That worked better. I realized that the charge attack has a little more height to it. Much like the charge attack was the answer to flying enemies in the first game. Problem is, it's very easy to get just knocked out of charging, since they got range. And even if they're not using that ranged attack, that tumbles hard to time. Thankfully, that one just didn't even know what was hitting him. Oh, some cheese. Hadn't gotten any cheese in this game yet. You know, I had a hindsight realization just now. All I had to do was look at my shoes to realize that we had made it with the save. Because I wouldn't have these shoes without Stuart. Oh well. Hooray, more yellow paint. It's almost like we melted down cheese into yellow paint, and it's gonna start to smell. Really seems like it'd be a problem. Honestly, rather the cheese. Okay, I really don't appreciate the fact there's two of you attacking me again. You know what? It's time to make an example out of the two of you. That's why you don't attack me with two things at once. I get very sour very quickly, and I shoot cannons at you. Got 3 points off that level. If we wait for one more level, I can put the classic gun sphere into it or something. See if that does anything for it, though. Based on what it needs, I don't think that would help. Needs Smash, Beast, Cyclone, Flame, and Attack. Cyclone wouldn't help where we are right now. I think it would help the most here would probably be Beast. Assuming they count as beasts. Oh no, they probably would count for scale. Thinking about it. Is dragons. That is enough beast, so it's 30 of each of these probably. I didn't bother with raising Flame right this second, because I would assume Flame would only benefit me against some of the dragons in here. Oh hey, specifically that one. That was actually the exact one I was going to point out as probably being the one it would work against. I really need to not do those shots so close. Problem is, he comes tumbling towards me whenever I back off to try to shoot him again. It causes a whole problem. More wind crystals. More gunpowder. Free healing. There's still quite a lot of enemies left. Map still looks like it's goddamn chicken pox. Thankfully, the two Thunders didn't realize what was happening. I needed to eliminate one of them, A, before the other one noticed, and B, before that ABS disappeared. If any of those had missed the tail, that was about to be disastrous, and yet I went for it anyway. So, if any of you out there clenched when I did that, don't worry, so did I. I definitely braced for the inevitable game over that was about to happen again. There we go. You see, one-on-one, we're pretty much guaranteed to win. As long as I'm paying any attention to what I'm doing. Which, that admittedly comes with its own variables. Dang it. Great. Great, I'm so glad my health got cut in half. Goddamn devil coins. Present gambling. No, he's got his attack buffed now. Ain't risking taking a hit from him. Whenever they run out of those red dots over their health bar, or because you're attacking them a lot, they will get a stamina buff and attack back harder. Which is kind of rude if you think about it. Basically punishes you for being a little bit behind the curve. Which it kind of feels like you perpetually are, unless you're doing a lot out of grinding. Like, even with the amount of grinding I did, we're not ahead of the curve. But then again, it was also unfocused grinding. Like, I made a bunch of weapons into synth spheres that I still haven't used yet. So, you know, obviously that doesn't help my cause. But I've also built up a couple other things that we are using. They've been behaving pretty well, so... One has to apply a bit of logic there. There we go. If I didn't have to go back over to that side, I would have grabbed the Geostone already, but I can grab it on the way back for the exit, since the exit's over there on the left. So I can clean up these 3 enemies that are left. I apparently missed one back where we came in. Hooray for the heroic ability to pause time at will. Not sure why we didn't lock onto him, but thankfully we can block without locking on. Nope, that was greedy. I shouldn't have done 2 shots. That is the downside to the grenade launchers. It shoots ever so slightly slower than the other gun. So I think technically the other gun is actually stronger, since they're nearly the same attack, but this one is slower. But the kaboom. Everybody enjoys kaboom. Just like everybody used to enjoy kablam. What flavor are you back here? The fire one. Ow. There we go. The floor is clear, obviously,
All right.
without fulfilling the
care of you guys.
requirements. In hindsight, when I had forgotten that I had cleared all the enemies on that one floor, you would think I would have realized the fact that the music was back to town music. But I'm not always the most observant sometimes. And honestly, I've tuned out some of the music in this game at this point, because some of it is repeating enough that it's like, yep, it exists. And I don't really acknowledge it further than that. Hey, you got a shiny rock? Yeah, the fact that there are geostones on this side path definitely tells me that it's worth having come down this way. I was a little worried that this was gonna not have any stones on it and it was gonna slow down doing the area properly. With the amount of things we've learned going this way, this was the correct choice. God damn it. I don't know why I would just tease the condor by pulling out the meat and then putting it away. Like, hey, don't you want this? Don't you want this? You're not gonna get it. Puts it away in my pocket. As if that would not cause the condor to just land down and bite my face off or something. Because, you know, actions have consequences. Varga's Valley. I'm going to assume that this is going to be useful in some way. Find out. That is a big hole.
Anything here?
No.
It's a dead end,
Gotta be something here.
but it feels like something should be here.
Apparently the Condor lives here. So I guess I can't do anything here yet. I need something. White seal. I don't remember what white seal means. Oh, right, you can't heal here. If it wants me to defeat everything with the ride pod, not being able to heal is fine. That does, however, mean that I'm not going to stay in the ride pod when I'm just running around. 'Cause that'll just burn fuel. This maneuverability is nice on these skates. Not that much faster, though, admittedly. Oh, you want to have a go too, huh? Okay. We've already got the giant meat to leave this area, entertainingly enough. There's something just very special about this thing just skating around. This fucking guy. Come on. Just accept your fate. Topple over so that I might kill you. If we get too many of those, that's gonna be an issue. Hang on. Deal with the chest afterward. We'll have one of the humans deal with the chest in case it's explosive. Max will get poisoned if it's a poison chest anyway, so... You know, may as well at that point, right? I think, in fact, it is an exploding trap. Nope, it was a weapon-destroying trap. That was gonna be my second guess. All for some life element. Hooray! Clearly, I need to update my cannons. But I don't know if I'm going to be able to. Like, I have to assume that there's another cannon I can probably buy or make by now. Well, not buy, because we saw what Cedric had to offer already, and it was these skates. Which are definitely worth it. They definitely make Steve faster. Just, you know, he could always be faster. That's a lot of red dots. There's the Geostone, guarded by a golem. I'm glad it's a lot of golems here. Golems are easy for the ride pod to deal with. Go ahead and grab the stone, Max. You can't grab these stones while in ride pod form. Which is interesting. You can open chests, but you can't pick up a geostone. I assume it's something to do with the fact that technically the ride pod doesn't have Atlas Stone on it, so it can't actually interact with those, perhaps. Then the Furbits were talking about the Geostones just fine and everything. And it didn't sound like the Geostones were related to the Atlamillia at all. But with the way they were describing it. So I'm not sure. We are suddenly in danger, though. And remember, it's not even a optional you can't heal on this floor situation. I am not allowed to heal on this floor because of the seal. The only optional part is the fact that I'm using the ride pod to try to get the medal for killing everything with the ride pod. So with how low the fuel's getting, I don't think it's viable even if I like scraped the fuel along as hard as I could. I could finish the floor having only used the ride pod, but I need to defeat all enemies in order for the ride pod to count. So I think we're just SOL there. I just took too many hits from the masked tribesman. Speaking of, there's another one. I wanted to target the tribesman game. That's actually... Yeah, see, I can't do that. Okay. I was gonna say, it's like it's blinking like I'm allowed to use it. So, I mean, I can try. See if I can bait him with Max. As long as I don't attack him, it's still legal. Like, I'm gonna try. Oh. We are like so close to being out of fuel, it's not funny. Like, I'm basically gonna have to like pop into ride pod, fire, pop out of ride pod type deal here at this point. It's gonna be close though. We got 6 fuel and 2 targets left. And it's helping out with raising the grenade launcher and the wrench, so it's a win-win doing it this way. It's just always a little awkward swapping constantly like that. But, you know, you gotta do what you gotta do to get the job done, right? Goddamn mass tribesman. And another mimic! See, this is what I was afraid of when I said there's only 2 targets left. I had a bad feeling that the game was gonna set me up for failure there. Come on, buddy. Come get me. Oh no. He's gonna eat me. Okay, we have 5 fuel left and only 1 known target left. I'm gonna have to go around to get at him, though, because that's not a bridge. Gotta go back to this bridge over here and go around. Oh, fuck's sake. Got him. Things I do to get those medals. My seal is also broken now, so we can heal. Not that we need to, because I can just put the ride pod away till we leave this floor. There's no enemies left, and Max runs faster than the ride pod does, I think? Still? It's a little harder to tell between him and the skates, but I think he's still slightly quicker. It felt like there was an inconsistency with the speed of the skates. But that may just be a visual thing, where it looks like there's an inconsistency, so your brain convinces itself that the inconsistency exists. Kind of an either-or on that one. Come along, Condor, we got places to be. Way. Good thing this Condor's never decided to make us part of that meal. Get real awkward that way. Oh, we're gonna find out if we can go on this split path here soon, too. If we can, we might not be finishing this place today. Because there's still a lot of floors left. And we're not exactly making the fastest progress through here. Beat all enemies with monster transformation, that's not happening right now. I still need to get a better monster transformation. Which I keep thinking about and then not doing. It was just Smiling Fairy Village, so I assume it's just a bunch of those little knife guys. That's for the most part, which won't be a problem at all. This is when there's like a big smiling fairy with like a giant battle axe or something. Still runs as fast as the little guys. To giggle at me. Okay, there's dragons as well. I don't know why I would have expected anything else. We can't have nice things around here. This grenade launcher's definitely doing its work pretty well. It's only got 3 points from that level. But 30 was enough for the beast, so I would assume it's enough for any of them. Go ahead and give it some more Cyclone, I guess. Because that'll bring the Cyclone to 30 and prove whether the elemental ones are the same as the enemy E-type ones. Nope. Cyclone needs to be higher, which means Flame also probably needs to be higher. Which means raising that up is gonna take longer than I would like it to, I suspect. He almost hit me. He was coming at me with a knife, you all saw it. Surprised it let me have that block. Based on how long it's going to take for the build-up on that to happen. What did the build-up on the Bell Trigger look like? Oh, that's right. We are in no position to upgrade that either right now. Never mind. That's why I switched in the first place. Oh yeah, I don't have 2 separate ad timers running this time. Look at that. While the ad's running, I'm gonna get up for a second. I'll be right back. Won't be long. No, I stand corrected. The second ad break timer did appear. It just is even more desynced than it used to be. Is now it's there when the other one's gone. Twitch, why are you so broken? You're such an awful mess. Yes, Max, I clearly wanted you to retarget to the one that I wasn't currently shooting at. Very clearly, that's exactly what I would have wanted. I'm so glad you understand immediately my desires before I even voice them. You know, if I'd realized that the homing on this thing worked without me having locked onto something, I would have been using that way so much sooner. Because I can move a lot more freely when I'm not locked on. So wow, the homing on that's really strong sometimes. I don't know if anybody else saw the bullet curve all the way around him and start flying back across again. I saw it. Give ball. Okay, what I'll probably do is wait a couple levels and see about like just pushing the attack up with one of the weapon synth spheres or something now. But, well, no, because there's no point in pushing the attack up aside from to make it clear enemies faster, which would then just get it more levels. It wouldn't help towards getting it to build up. Ironically enough, despite the fact that attack is the only stat that is guaranteed to build up when you level, and it's the slowest growing stat because it only goes up a little bit, it's still less of an issue than any of the other stats because I don't have to worry about points for it, if that makes sense. To think, one kid with a grenade launcher can wipe this entire little village out. I tried to back step away from him. I should have just... That's backflipped. Backflip is always the correct answer when it comes to avoiding getting hit. Go. It's ironic that my favorite element's fire, and half the time it's the fire dragons that are giving me the most trouble. Aha! Things I will probably never be able to repeat, backflipping specifically over the bullet.
You guys.
Though you do get iframes when you're flipping like that, which is why I'm saying it's probably the better choice. I know you get iframes from that because I've done it through an attack before. Unless the hitbox on the attack was just wacky, which... not outside the realm of possibility, and it'll be funny if I get proven wrong spontaneously by something clobbering me. The mid-back flip. So you know what? It's fine. I'm willing to find out that way. Come along, Condor. We got places to be. Way. So yeah, now we're at the second split point. Using only items. Nah, we'll deal with that later. Much like the other one. First mask. It's gonna be tribesman. Now that we don't have a specific character limit for the moment, we use the ride pod for things like these yo-yo barrels. Just because it'll be a lot quicker. And no, I totally didn't almost lose the ride pod immediately because I forgot that it was down on 1 health. No, not at all. I knew exactly what I was doing. It was all to build tension and make people think I was gonna make a mistake. Yeah. You know, I wish I believed my own lie for a moment there so it'd be easier for y'all to believe my lies. Oh, new enemy. So these guys were in the bonus dungeon of the first game as well. Seem that strong. Yeah, even through their mask shield, they're not that powerful. Almost feels like they were using the bonus dungeon as like a testing ground for these enemies. They carry them over from the first game to this one. Honestly, that would make some sense. Only got 3 points. I was debating saving points, but do I actually bother? And I don't want to give up the grenade launcher because I'm genuinely curious what it'll turn into. I guess we can get the smash out of the way. Since we know that that's reasonably likely to be just 30, just like the beast was. I put my gems. There's my gems. This inventory's a little, overloaded. Also, that's the wrong gem, you idiot. That's more beast. I know the last thing you said was beast, but that's not the one you wanted. That's the one you wanted. Okay, no, it needs more smash as well. God damn it. Everything I know is wrong. Actually, you don't take that much beat that way. And again, we were beating you with the wrench just fine before, so I guess I shouldn't be too shocked by that revelation. Hey, get stuck on that rock, idiot. Oh, he's got a fireball, as it turns out. Today I learned he spits fire. Can't say I didn't deserve that. Call him an idiot and I immediately get at a fireball in the face. And that's why you don't park in front of a man who's got a grenade launcher. Let that be a lesson to everybody. The only thing worse than a tow zone is child with a grenade launcher zone. Bread and an antidote. Actually gonna take the time to break all these rocks because we are falling behind on resources again. Air powder. If I hadn't had to spend all my money hiring that butler, which sounds like the most incredible first world problems of first world problems I know. In hindsight, I should probably stop fixating on the grenade launcher and finish upgrading Monica's sword so we can get the Sindane stuff done. 'Cause it doesn't have that much further to go, I don't think. Keyword to be that being, I don't think. Which, admittedly, that's a fairly accurate statement just on those words alone. That's a lot of destruction crystals. At least I'm getting all of those back. The thing to remember is I'm practically going to have to go through this area twice. In fact, no, quite literally going to have to go through this area twice since it's a split path zone. Okay, the sword's not very good against you. That's going to be a trade. And no, not the right pod. No. Come, lady. There we go. Because remember, if you're fast, you can steal the XP off of a different weapon. Okay, so what did this need? It needs smash and attack. I have these little gnats harassing me, by the way, so if you notice me cutting off mid-sentence or stopping moving, because I'm trying to swat little gnats that are flying in my face and driving me crazy. You would think in winter there wouldn't be any, but unfortunately, they find a way. $91 isn't enough? You know, I was joking before when I said it might be turning this thing into a hammer for the amount of smash it has. Fortunately, everyone is not in fact here, so it is not smash enough to be that yet. Hopefully 100 will be enough. Good lord, am I getting concerned? Yep, that's King Mimic. That's a not your problem right there. That's something we shoot with cannons. And then stab it. It for the free points. Or, you know, just get clapped out of the air. That's also something that'll happen. Not so free points now, is it? Also wasn't worth it. Oh, that's two of you. You know what? No. No, that also is something we use cannons for, then. We do not do 2v1s against enemy robots. That is a fool's errand. Noted. They are vulnerable to sword. Oh god, I'm also vulnerable to mimic. Don't turn into a plant, that won't help you. Turn into giant robot. Form of thing that murders mimics. Honestly. Oh, no effect, huh? Yikes. So I was gonna give the experience to the Brassard since it would actually get a decent amount from it, since that's not gotten much in the way of levels. Turns out it's immune to that, though. Today I learned. Okay, this split path we can't go into, because you can see the barrier from here. Ooh, more power crystals. Yes, please. For anyone that doesn't understand why I'm excited about power crystals, those are the only way, as far as I'm aware, other than just pure levels, to raise the attack on a weapon. Well, pure levels and, like, putting other weapon synth spheres into them. Hi, I'm gonna stab you now. We do have what we need in order to leave. But I'm gonna go rip these two guys apart. Just for a little bit of extra experience. And because I want to know what's in that chest. So first we find out what's in their chest, then we find out what's in the treasure chest. It's kind of like what's in your wallet, except, you know, what's in your flesh. Which is a strange sentence, and you know what? I'm just gonna leave it hanging in the air as is. And that's just a thing I've said now. People can either deal with that or not as they see fit.
Looks like we got them all.
So it seems that all of the ones with the star are the ones with the barriers on. So there's something missing that is impeding us from opening this. I've just had a thought occur to me. So we're actually gonna head back to the weapon shop lady because I just had a dumb idea. And I may be very cross here in a moment, if I'm correct. Because there may have been a fundamental misunderstanding. And I don't think this is the case. But I just want to check. But before I go warping away, actually, let me double check the wording in the notebook. Yeah, it just says develop our swords. I'm now suddenly concerned that a bad choice of words happened, and it's not actually you need to build it up twice, it just needs to be level 2 or higher. Because I think the Dusak was unleveled when we came in there. So I'm wondering if this is gonna be stupid. Nope. So I was right the first time. Thought so. But I needed to make sure, otherwise that was gonna nag at me. And while we're here, let's pick up some more repair powder. Real fast. And yeah, there's still no interaction to get him to join us, so I'm assuming he's not the one who will run the tool shop. We don't really need the armband repair powder, we still have a decent amount of that laying around. Because we've not been using the armband much. Now, we may as well go back to Balance Valley and at least see what the geostones we got do. I'll walk far enough forward that I can fly. There we go. Downloading Geostone. You can now make Iron Lamp 2, Iron Gate, Star Lamp, Church, Scared Torch. I'm assuming that was supposed to be Sacred Torch. And they just typoed that and never got fixed. Stuart resides in Valley. So maybe I was right that Stuart is the one who runs the tool shop then, because I was starting to suspect that. 30 culture points. Lynn helped. Star lamp on brick house. No, he's not the one who goes in the tool shop. Stuart is for the sacred gate. I guess maybe he just, like, hangs out at the gate and greets people? Is that gonna be his whole purpose? If so, that's both very funny and kind of sad. He's basically going to be the sage equivalent of a Walmart greeter. Well then. Now they got Sacred right here, but they didn't get Sacred right there. Unless it is supposed to be Scared Torch, but how is a torch scared? I don't understand. Maybe I'm stupid, but I don't get it. And I guess if Lynn needs to be helped for the tool shop to be restored, maybe Lynn runs the tool shop? We'll find out when we get to that, I suppose. I needs a star lamp on a brick house. Well, we can at the very least move Stuart in now that we know that he needs to be in the area. I need to go buy some sturdy rock, though, for that. So I guess maybe a wooden house would work? No, probably not. Trying to spot the land. There we go. Back to the train. And I know, it's one room away, but I can also just warp there, so why not warp there? Will save me some steps. Not a lot of them, but some. Okay, let's go ahead and repair the ride pod for free while we're here. And does it have enough experience to do anything much? It's got a decent amount. It's not gained anything else new, though. I'm probably not going to give it the voice unit. I will grab it a shield kit, though, because it's not got one, and it probably should have one. There we go. Now it's got some defense. That should help a little bit. Because if there's one thing I noticed when we were fighting with it, it was getting kind of trashed kind of easy. These are cheap, so just give me, like, I don't know, 26 of them, sure. This way we shouldn't have to worry about sturdy rocks for a bit. In worst case, I can use them for spectrumizing. Now back to Balance Valley. There we go. I was like, can I be allowed to fly anytime soon, please, game? Also, I should have looked. What does the star lamp need? I have all of that already. Okay. Get a star lamp to put on the brick house. So we fulfill that criteria as well while we're at it. Can I, like, put this brick house, like, over here? Not on one of the platforms? No. Okay. Time to unbalance everything. Brick house goes right to... Okay, that didn't actually unbalance anything. Good for me. Yay for me. There we go. It's got a star lamp on it now. That'll help towards the tool shop. we've got 13 culture points, so we're making progress. And now Stuart's gonna complain about this house for one reason or another, I'm sure. Nope, he just goes. He's another one of the ones that's easy. Okay, Stuart resides in Valley is done as well. He did not add any culture points. Stuart apparently is lacking in culture. But we now have the 2 people residing in Valley requirement completed as well. I just need 20 culture points to be able to get the lower prayer site, which will kick off a bunch of things. I don't know what the other requirement for the crystal prayer site is yet, though. Which is another thing that's kind of holding us back. Do I still say that the existence of a lower prayer site implies that they're not all supposed to be evenly balanced? But what do I know? Let me save before I go in here, because I forgot I can't save when I'm warping Inian like that. For some reason. It's the only time you can't save in the dungeon, and I don't really understand why. Like, I have to assume it's just an oversight? Like, oops, we missed that option? Who can say? Anyway, back into the dungeon we go, though. Not the valley. Just because I'm fighting for my life building the valley up does not mean that that's the problem. Beat all monsters with monster transformation. Roly-poly brothers. Assuming that's going to be a different enemy than what we've been dealing with, because I can't think of anything that that fits for. Back to training up Monica's sword. So we can get the damn weapon shop lady on my side. So I'm so tempted to just go back to one of the Gladiuses and upgrade that instead. At this rate. She'd given us a Gladius to upgrade. And even though the game told us that it can be done with another weapon, I'm starting to doubt that. Priest of Rama. Okay, you got big hands. That's about the only big thing about you, apparently. Okay. I mean, if you're just gonna walk at me, you know, I'm just gonna chop you up. That's just how this works. Oh, it's these things. The big rock boys. I remember you. You suck to deal with. Not as much anymore, though, apparently. So, you know what? That's good. Ironic that I just bought all that sturdy rock and now I'm gonna start getting free rocks. But, you know. My, what big hands you have. Oh, you can heal yourself. You know what? Never mind. I'm not gonna use this weak magic to finish you off, then. Hey. Fully healed. Hooray. I think I was missing some health. A lot, but, you know, free heal's a free heal. Well, there, that item went to heaven. That was our tithe to the angel. Yeah, I may as well address the 10 subs to unlock a randomizer thing again, since it's been a bit. People have more than likely come and gone, so some of the people coming in may not know about it. What I'm going to be trying to do is starting to put up some small sub goals here and there now. Both to give y'all something to aim for and to hopefully help stabilize myself a little bit. In this particular case, obviously, it's not a hard goal at all. Technically, it's a goal of 10, but we're already at 7, is why it just says 3 down there, or to reach the new randomizer. But the added bonus I had said earlier today was, if you pass the amount needed for that by even just like, I'll make it easy and say we hit 12 within the same day as we hit the 10. I will let y'all choose what the randomizer will be. But we'll go with that. Basically, just have to exceed the requirement by a little bit. So, for example, a single 5 big bomb right now would trigger both immediately. I'm not asking anybody to drop 5, because I know everybody's money is tight right now, I'm sure. But just giving context statements there. And of course, I'm going by sub count at all, so higher point value subscriptions won't change the way that's playing out, just as a note for those who may be interested in helping out in ways that would lead to like tier 3s or 2s. They would be appreciated, but they will not benefit you towards achieving the unlock. Okay, Priest of Rama dropped cheese. Good to know. Now, I will let y'all in on a little secret regarding that rando, though, because I've been thinking about it more. I have not 100% decided which one out of the couple of new ones I found that I want to do, which is part of why I don't want to reveal what the rando is yet. And I do enjoy just keeping it a secret and letting it be a surprise and all of that. I find that fun. Okay, we have enough Smash now. So let's put some power crystals in there and see if that'll be enough to get this to build up. If so, we're gonna be running right back to the weapon shop again, and I know people are gonna be tired of watching me run back there, but that's just gonna be the way that is. Come on, be willing to build up. Damn it. It needs more than 70 attack. Good God, this is going to be some kind of powerful sword once we get that done. It's already obviously the strongest weapon we have. How many goddamn mimics are in here? And I do want to make it clear at the same time that I'm talking about all of this. Ow. Well, so much for that chest. That I'm not doing this to try to milk money out of people, or oh, he's selling out and just doing everything he can to get sub goals and such just so he adds numbers. No. This is genuinely, I could really use the money, so I'm trying to find as many ways to make it worth y'all's while still getting me the money that I need. I would really rather not just get money for nothing, no? I would like to always be giving back to everyone when I receive anything. Same reason when I had put out the post talking about donations yesterday, I had mentioned, like, hey, if enough people give me money that I can solve my problems, I can then pass on the benefits to people I know that need help too.
Looks like we got
It's like
it
I
all.
posited it as a case of like the Blue Sky account has 2,200 people that follow it. If I got $1 from even half of those people, that would already be over $1,000. I don't need $1,000. $1,000 would be nice, but the intent at that point would be I then can use what's left past what I need to then pass on to other people that need money too. Because there's everybody in the goddamn world at this rate needs money more than normal. So that was the logic I was operating under there. Is it flawed logic? Kind of, yeah. Because if you were gonna give me the money that would then get given to someone else, why not just give them the money in the first place? But I suppose the point I was trying to make there was this was not like solely a selfish thing, or a this is not only meant to benefit just me scenario. But another layer of that is just the fact that it doesn't take much individually to help someone either. That's one of the advantages to just how many people can connect because of the fact that this is through the internet and everything, where hundreds of people, thousands of people, etc. can end up running into each other. We can better a lot of people's lives without putting anyone's financial state at risk further. I guess the skates can't kick rocks. That makes sense. That's why I was just kind of randomly firing. I was like, I should be kicking the rock, and I cannot kick rock. Thankfully with these skates, I'm fast enough to outrun these guys. I don't have to swap now that I'm not, like, gonna run out of fuel. Okay, sometimes you can hit those guys while they're down. Sometimes you can't. I'm going to assume it has something to do with when they're first standing up. The hitbox gets a little wacky, probably. And it's not even just me that you could use that logic of, oh yeah, X amount of people give $1 and you would achieve good thing. Anybody can have that same logic applied to them. And honestly, it would probably do basically anyone you choose to do that for in that regard. A world of good, without costing yourself or anyone else involved that much. Now, admittedly, there is a catch to that scenario, and that is, say it's all through a donation system or such. There is the downside of a chunk of that gets lost due to processing fees and garbage like that. Is unfortunately that's just the nature of things, which admittedly is understandable because these groups do need to function. They can't just do their work for free either. as much as myself and many others somewhat demonize processors and such as far as that goes, it's not really necessarily inherently malicious that they're charging processing fees. Some of them do charge more of a fee than they would need to keep the business running, and that's where it kind of gets a little sketchy, but inherently it is just a nature of doing business scenario. Because we unfortunately have no window into their mind to tell us the motivation behind why they charge the rates they do. We can only make assumptions. Well, that's not entirely accurate either. We can get a peek at their motivation based on their behavior. But even that's mixed results because many hands are in those pies. So it all gets just a little bit muddy and a little bit weird, you know? I don't know why I'm on this whole tangent right now. I think it's because I don't have anything to talk about while we're just running through this dungeon, so I'm just kind of filling the void. And it is tangentially related to what I was just talking about with the donations and everything. And obviously I'm not gonna go deep into that whole payment processor censoring thing, because I'm sure most of y'all are already well familiar with that topic and don't need me to tell you about it. And I'm certainly not equipped enough to tell you about that anyway in any meaningful capacity other than, yeah, maybe you should keep an eye on what they're doing. Ooh, a time coin. I don't know what that does. I would presume the coins are all for putting special abilities onto equipment. Much like the capture ability that the bandit at Brassard has. I would assume the bandit coin would have given something to the capture ability. The dragon specifically dropped the meat, I see. Makes sense. Oh wow, we got it done in the time limit too, which that actually makes a good bit of sense considering we just drove around gunning everything down. Yeah, and I suppose I should make another blanket statement while I'm at it as far as that goes. Never take anything I say completely at face value of, I know what I'm talking about. Unless I specifically tell y'all that I have researched this thing and I know 100% what I'm talking about, always assume that there's the air of doubt to any of this, because it is only based on the information I have. And of course, that goes for any streamer and any person you're listening to talk at all, really. There should always be a layer of doubt between you and what the person's telling you. The phrase trust but verify exists for a reason. And I'm not saying distrust everything you hear, but check it. Always check. There could be people that are completely on the up and up, but are wrong. Is either they're misinformed, they learned incorrect information over the course of their life, they're just misguided in general. There's plenty of options for that. So always make sure of what you're getting into and what information is being presented to you. Okay, there's a big fucking tree here. I'm gonna assume that tree is useful for something.
Wow, what a huge tree!
Sure
It's
is.
the Yorda tree. It's holy. They say it's been here for thousands of years.
Glad you know a ridiculous amount of random minor facts, Monica. It's actually somewhat useful.
First time I've ever seen it, though. Wow, I didn't think it would be this big.
And then you say something like that. I'm worried about Lynn. Right now we need to take care of Lynn. I don't think we should go any further for now. Yeah, I guess you're right. Okay, so this is the game reminding you, hey, stay on task. But if it's a big holy tree, I probably should take a picture of it. No? Really? This tree isn't anything? Really? I'm kind of surprised. Yeah, no, it doesn't seem to be a thing. Okay. Well, I tried. But if I can't go any further, that means I can complete everything I need to with what I have. Which either means what I just got from that last area is enough, or I'm misunderstanding something. Or both. But let's see what this geostone teaches us. Or was it 2 geostones? It was 1 or 2. Make barn, mailbox, laundry. Priest Bruno resides in village has been made clear. You know, it makes sense that a sacred place would need a priest. Arn resides in valley, he made clear. Weapon shop restored, been made clear. So there's another... So this place has a weapon shop as well. We don't know who lives in it, though. Unless... I swear, if we have to move the weapon shop lady here, too, that would both be very funny and kind of annoying. Okay, so Parn is gonna run the tool shop. I assume that's how he's gonna help us with his magic paint, is he's gonna magic up tools for us. And Bruno is how you get the crystal prayer site restored. Okay, that makes sense. And that should help us get all the culture points we're gonna need. So yes, I think we're actually in position here. So let's make 2 brick houses. And get Parn and Bruno moved in. One of you will live over here, and the other one will live over here. Trying to keep it all balanced out so that it doesn't get all janky. There's been a change in the future. I'm guessing I made enough culture points, but we'll deal with that in a minute. Parn, I'm not too keen on the color of the roof. I'm more of a purple roof kind of guy. Okay, how about you, Bruno? I'm a priest. There's only one place for me. You're gonna need a church or something. God damn you people. Okay, we'll paint the roof here purple, and we may have to figure something else out for... Oh. Here you go, Parn. There we go. I moved in. Hooray. Yep, we have enough culture points. Which means now the lower parasite's fixed, the suspension bridge is fixed. We just need the crystal prayer site, and then the Starlight Temple's done. Which just means Bruno needs to move in somewhere. Do I have a church? Yes, I do. That's the problem. Okay, let me go ahead and remove that other brick house and turn it into a church, then. I'm sure we'll want that brick house for something at some point. Oh, the church is kind of big, though. Kind of big, though. Guess it's gonna have to go over here. You and Ferdinand are gonna live together, which is gonna unbalance everything. Okay, if I remove a couple trees, that solves the problem. I just need to put the trees back. Put them... You know what, Parn? You could do with some more trees, right, buddy? Sure you'd love some more trees. There we go. He'll be our weird forest wizard. There we go. Beast Bruno has moved in. There's been another change in the future. I probably shouldn't go any further with that so I can check for boxes and everything before the whole place kicks in, because we're very close to fixing the place now. Like, we suddenly went from 0 to 60 there. This place is looking a lot better. Still surprising that that guy remembers that this place was destroyed. This temple exists in an endless night because the moon crystal's power is strongest at night. It's utilizing the force of the temple to create an area of night. Very good. Yep, that's the Starlight Temple. Torch. That sure is a bridge. I think I had a picture of a bridge already. Oh! Something I forgot. We raised our photography level. I don't know how to look at that. But I've raised Max's photography level by taking a picture of the spinning enemy from the first dungeon. I forgot to mention that earlier when I was going through everything I had done. That just clicked in my brain when I was taking pictures. I was like, wait. Picture, photography level. Get a pie to make Max stronger. This is, again, why you make sure to scour these future areas for chests, because you need those defense upgrades and those health upgrades. That seem to be the main things that get strewn around in here. Gotta keep my eyes peeled for treasure. As if I don't do that all the time anyway. Wait. That was a sneaky one. Feeding for more health. Tried to pull a sneaky on me. I assume we'll head up to the boss fight that I presume is past the Yorda tree once we finish fixing Lynn up and everything. And then that's how we'll get Crest back, more than likely. Because I would not be at all surprised if it's going to be a similar situation to the Rainbow Butterfly, where Crest is not dead. Crest has been turned into a monster or something. Fruit of Eden. If you're looking for the world's best food, you should try Lao Chao's Bistro. You've heard of it, right? Well, I have, but it also doesn't exist right now, so how do you know about it? Silly moon people breaking the continuity. The Fruit of Eden. I'm kind of surprised there's not been a witch parfait to raise Monica's defense. That's kind of why I'm still scouring around. I feel like I'm missing something. There it is. It was on a bridge. I guess the bridge was the biggest thing we fixed other than the middle of the temple itself. So it makes sense that the bridge would be where most of the items are. Yeah, because there's another Fruit of Eden there. Now, admittedly, I don't think any of these would have disappeared if I hadn't come and grabbed them now. But I'm worried about things getting locked off or, like, things changing enough that they don't actually contain the same item anymore. Monica gets 4 more defense. Potato pie end up. There it is. Max gets 4 more defense. It's 2 Fruits of Eden that we got. 4 Fruits of Eden, I stand corrected. So 2 for Max, 2 for Monica. So they both have 80 hit points now. That's a much better situation than 64, I would say. Alright, let's go finish fixing the town if we can. So what else is it that we need? Do we even know what else we need? We just need more culture points for Lao Chao's Bistro. That involves 4 more culture points. Let's try putting this brick house down again somewhere. See if that helps get the points we need. Yeah, I figured that would unbalance things. Assume putting a house over here with Parn would be too much as well. There we go, put one over here by itself. Ah, there we go. I think that was enough. Yep, 31 culture points. So Lao Chao's Bistro's back, which means we'll be able to get what we need to help Lin. And then once we help Lin, everything will fall into place. Very good. Back to the future. Shame we don't have a fancy car to drive to the future in. Suppose portals will have to do.
Look at that!
Looks important to me.
Hey, it's Lao Chao's Bistro.
Oh, it smells really good.
Yeah.
See about getting some magic food that can cure all illnesses. Which had better not just be good advertising, I gotta say. I'm a little worried about that one. Lao Chao, I presume.
Wow, this is it?
Yep. Something smells good. Let's check it out. Are you Lao Chao?
Neat glasses.
Yes, welcome. What can I get you?
Actually, we didn't come to eat today. We've got a friend that's very ill. She's in bad shape. We want to give her your miracle dish so she can get better. Could you make it for her, please?
I see. I wish I could help you, but there's a special ingredient I need to make my miracle dish.
There always is.
A special ingredient?
To make my miracle dish, I need a white windflower.
Okay, that's believable.
People say that it's extinct now. You can't find it anywhere at all.
Oh, don't worry, we can solve that.
You used to be able to find them flowering in deep valleys.
A white windflower, huh?
Monica, there's a chance that it might grow back in Starlight Canyon.
Yeah, it is the past after all.
Or it would have been
Okay, Lao
extinct.
Chao. We'll see what we can do.
Food here's first class. Makes my mouth water just thinking about it. Once you've dined here, nothing else will taste as good. So good. Make the miracle dish. I need a white windflower. But I'm all out. Sorry, I can't help you now. That's fine, we can sort that out. I assume that's our cue to go into the rest of the canyon now. Or it's that valley I was in already. The Barda Valley. Could be. The box. Root of Eden. Let me just make sure nothing else is spawned after activating Lao Chao's place. I know, we were just here and I was just looking around, but that box has activated my treasure sense. Actually, I should go look over here by Lao Chao's place itself. I didn't see anything inside, necessarily, but maybe there's something outside. Not on this side. Nothing under the walkway. And nothing on this side. Not on the platform itself, either. Mild disappointment. Let me just double-check inside again to make sure that I didn't miss a box. Since these brown boxes are kind of, you know, very nondescript. They blend in pretty easily. Nope, there's nothing here. Okay. Guess there's nothing else to look for. I don't really feel like running to each of the platforms and running around on all of them again. Feel like that would be wasted. You know, I never thought... Okay, no. I was pretty sure the time gates themselves wouldn't be an idea picture, but I figured I'd check. Just in case, you know? It never hurts to make sure. Okay, so we now need to go find a white windflower. First and foremost, though, we should probably save, having done all of that. I guess I'll hit the save point in the station, just because it'll be the most convenient one. Now, Yorda Valley is a checkpoint. I think that we can go straight to as well. Whereas the other one wasn't, so perhaps the Yorda Valley is what I need. That would make sense, considering... I haven't quite gotten the sword upgraded enough to the weapon shop lady. So I may have to spend some extra time grinding between sessions or something, again, like between tonight and tomorrow, in order to finish that job. I guess let's just run out on this bridge and go out the other side of this area. I presume that this will lead us further forward. Doesn't seem to be a flower anywhere. Some clipping through there. Worried about Lynn. Let's not go any further just now. God damn it, Max. You couldn't have said that before I crossed the bridge. So one of two things has to be true then. A, the other area we were in is the correct answer then, or B, I have to do something with this Yorda tree in order to get the flowers back. Or it's something to do with the town itself where I get the flowers. I gotta go talk to Bruno or Parn. It's like both of these are valleys. So if it's in a deep valley, it might be this one. Especially since it's off to one side. Oh, yep, we're allowed to land here now, so this is the answer. I think. So there's some floating things now,
Condor,
like a blue eye there.
We don't want to fight. We want to ask you something.
What's that now?
We're looking for a white windflower. Have you seen any near here?
White windflower? Haven't heard of it.
Well, that's not helpful.
I bet you could find one from the sky. Will you help us look?
I don't think so. I've got enough to worry about.
Well,
What's the matter?
Look at that, will you?
if I solve your problem, will you solve mine?
Some weird old something is up above my home with my dear chicks inside. I'd like to give my sweet children some food, but I can't get near the place.
That does seem like a problem.
Looks like a time distortion. I guess time is starting to be affected in this era, too.
Distortion?
That's right. When Griffin disturbed the flow of time, it started to warp and become strained in places. Those places are time distortions.
Well, not to mention the fact that, you know, we're kind of interfering with the time stream now too, even if we're trying to set it right again, we're probably not helping the problem. Because remember, when we were here before, that wasn't there. We started interfering, now it's there. It seems safe to say that we might have caused that one, but let's not tell the Condor that, right?
There are already lots of time distortions in my era, but it looks like they've started happening in this time too.
How can we get rid of it?
Whenever there's a time distortion, there's always a fragment that falls out somewhere nearby.
Probably the red thing I saw as we panned in.
If you hit that fragment into the distortion, you can make the distortion go away.
So we have to play golf, huh?
Really? You can get rid of it? Well, what are you waiting for?
We'll do what we
I'll help
can.
you find your white wind thingy when you're done.
Really? Okay, Monica, let's get rid of it.
It's not all that easy. Here, hold on. Now, where is it?
It's right in vision right over there.
There it is. This is it.
It's conveniently soccer ball
This is a
shape.
time distortion fragment. It's also called a sphere. Be careful. You can't touch it with your bare hands. You hit it with a long stick or something. It's not too complicated, but it's hard to get it into the distortion. We need some kind of long stick to hit the sphere with. See if there's some kind of stick handy. Then I'll show you how to hit the sphere.
We can't just use one of the wrenches? Is there just a stick around here that I'm supposed to use, or am I supposed to go make something? No, wait, there's a stick. Obtained handy stick. Again, totally don't use any of your better material weapons or anything. Let's just use a stick. Just a random piece of wood.
Hey, you got one! Okay, let's try it.
You're too excited about me having found a stick, Monica.
Okay, listen up. You hit the sphere with a stick and send it flying. That's called taking a shot.
Really
Make
are
a
playing
good
golf.
shot and you'll get the sphere into the distortion. But there's one thing you've got to remember. When you hit the time distortion fragment, also called the sphere, against something, it changes color. From blue to red, back to blue, like that.
Okay.
If the distortion is blue, you can only wipe it out with the red sphere.
Of course, standard opposites.
When the sphere and the distortion are the same color, they repel each other and it won't work. So if your sphere is the same color as the distortion, you have to hit it up against a wall or something and change the color back. It's the only way you can wipe out the distortion. We call this hitting the sphere up against a wall to change its color bumping. You can bump the sphere as many times as you want, but the number of shots you can take are limited, so watch out.
Question, why are the number of shots I can take limited?
If you don't get the sphere into the distortion within the allotted number of shots, the sphere disappears and you fail.
I mean, I guess that counts as an explanation.
In my era, we call the act of wiping out time distortions like this Spheda.
Of course humanity would make a sport out of something that's saving the world.
Some people even play Spheda like a sport. With the world in danger like this, I know it sounds pretty dumb.
I mean, I guess turning it into a sport would motivate more people to do it, though, so it's not exactly the worst thing.
But I guess people like to escape from reality.
Ain't that the truth?
That's about it. Did you get all that? Want me to explain again?
Nah, I got it. Play golf, win game.
Okay, listen.
Oh, god damn it. I thought yes meant we could move on, not yes meant repeat that for some reason.
We call you if you don't.
I'm glad I can just smash through this.
In my some people with the word, but I guess people. That's about it.
She did
Okay,
say,
you can
why do you want the explanation again? I just was not paying enough attention. Okay, red bar under power gauge is impact zone. Strike sphere when in the middle of the impact zone for a strong hit. Hitting while outside impact zone will cause the sphere to go flying in the wrong direction. By holding the left analog stick in a certain direction at the time of impact, you can change where you hit the sphere. Doing this changes the following. You can get top spin, back spin, slice it, hook it. If it lands where you can't get, press square to move it back to you. Okay. And I have 3 shots to get it into the nest over there. It would be really nice if the stick would auto-equip under circumstances like this, but it's fine. Considering the nest is over there, and this is currently the right color, I don't particularly want to hit it against anything, if I can help it. Oh, I see. That's way farther than I meant to hit it. Oh, hitting the ground counts, huh? Okay. Well, let's go get the ball. So I think I, might have fucked up a bit. So they said you could just bring the ball to you, so can I just, like... No, I guess it doesn't work there. You probably have to do it when... Oh, wait, no, they said when it's somewhere you can't get to, so I guess I have to play the ball where it lies if I can get to it. So I'm probably not gonna manage to get this one. Just because I'm gonna have to learn the ranges and everything first. Learn the angles, the ranges, and limitations, and all that. What? So that's off course. Okay, sure. You know what? Hell with it. Goodbye, ball. You're gonna break anyway. Goodbye! Or it's not gonna go nearly as far. Okay.
Oh, that's too bad. Want to try again?
I don't exactly have a choice but to try again, Monica. So what I was trying to do, for those who were wondering, I was just trying to land the ball over here. And then I was gonna just hit it right up into the circle. Problem is, I didn't know that bouncing off the ground was gonna change the sphere color. And 2, I did not know exactly how much of an arm Max had. Turns out, boy's got some power. I want more like half power. That. Give it a bit of backspin to be safe. That's a much better shot. Now, as long as I can line this up, we're basically golden. Because it's also still red, because it bounced more than once. So as long as I just slam it, it should go right in. Perfect shot. Nice and easy. I've done a bit of golf in my time.
All right, I did it!
Wow, you're good.
Oh, my babies.
What's with that rock on your head, by the way? Yeah, obviously she wanted to check on them first. That makes nothing but sense.
I'm grateful for your help. Thank you all so much. How can I ever repay you?
Well, holding up your end of the bargain would help. Also, what's that flower on your head?
Hey, look!
Uh-huh.
What? What is it?
This is it! The flower we've been looking for!
Was that there the entire time? I genuinely wasn't paying attention. So if anybody noticed, was that flower on the Condor's head the entire time? Or did that appear there after we fixed the distortion?
I can't believe your flower would be growing on my head.
I'm pretty sure it wasn't there.
Take it if that's what you need. After all, it's thanks to you that my children are safe and sound.
Thank you, Mrs. Condor.
Well, I'm off. Oh, almost forgot. When that strange hole thingy disappeared a while ago, this fell out. It just gets in my way. Here, take it.
Oh, that's definitely a better golf club. Pain Swan.
See you!
Alright, so that solves that. We can go get Lynn healed and proceed with the plot. Glad I went on that side path immediately, otherwise we would have had to do some more crawling to get there. Not that it would have been a big deal. Get enough distance that we're allowed to... Wait, no, we don't need to take flight. Rather save. Even though I just saved. The paranoid multi-save kicked in there. And actually we do need to take flight because I'm on the wrong end of the valley. Meow. To the future, cha. It's a good thing that flower's not negatively impacted by time travel at all. Could you imagine if it actually was, and instead of making a miracle healing dish, it creates like the ultimate poison? And Lynn just like explodes when we give it to her. I'm glad we just conveniently know this is the right flower, too.
Wow, unbelievable! You've got a white windflower.
Now you'll make your miracle dish for us, right?
Of course. It's been quite a while, but let's give it a whirl.
All right.
All done. Here you go.
That was a lot of motion for a very small package. I swear if the flower was just for that presentation, I'm going to be cross.
This'll make Lynn better.
Yeah, let's hurry. Lao Chao, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
I assume it doesn't help much if the subject can't eat.
Hope it does the trick.
Oh, back to the past to save a life and start saving time. Hopefully decent sort though, to make the dish for free after we just brought him the flower he needed. Sure, we could tell him, that we rebuilt his bistro, but how would he know? Why would he believe us?
Ooh, ooh, how did it go?
No need to worry. He made us the miracle dumplings.
Yeah, they look really good too.
Hands off! Those are for me.
I know. Let's hurry up and get them to her.
Okay.
What if I just had a taste, though? Interesting that the Fruit of Eden was blinking there. She's alive!
Ooh, she's coming too.
What happened?
A lot.
Lynn! Oh, thank goodness you're all better.
Argo, please. Why am I here? Has Master Crest gone off to training? Why didn't he wake me?
Oh, do you not remember anything?
Lynn,
Why, Argo?
you don't remember then about Master Crest?
Looks like she's lost her memory.
Huh?
Lynn, Master Crest.
What about him?
Master Crest is gone, Lynn. He's dead.
What? Come on, Argo. Don't joke around.
So you really don't remember. You must have amnesia.
So how do we fix that? Do we get her another set of miracle dumplings?
Master Crest gave his life to protect the moon crystal. He was a brave and wise mage.
What? But what are you saying, Argo? Where is Master Crest? Tell me, where is he?
You know, that is one important question. Where's the body?
Listen closely, Lynn. I know you may not remember, but you and Master Crest set out, like always, to inspect the moon crystal. But that day was different. A flying warship appeared in the night sky and opened fire on the lighthouse.
That's aggressive.
Master Crest sacrificed himself to keep the lighthouse's moon crystal safe from harm. You must have seen that happen, Lynn. You yourself came to me in tears and told me all about it.
Well, trauma has a way of making memories get repressed. And especially when you fall into a major illness immediately afterward, I can see how this would happen.
Have you really forgotten?
No, I don't believe my master's dead.
Lynn, I know you don't want to believe it, but you'll never move forward if you keep running from the truth.
Lynn, we can go save Crest right now. We'll change his history so he won't have to die.
If it weren't for the fact that history was already changed to make this happen, I would say this is a very dangerous and stupid idea. Even still, continuing to tamper harder with this is going to potentially have all kinds of long-reaching consequences we cannot possibly predict. Let's go fuck with it anyway, though.
You can save him?
Why don't you come with us? If your memory returns, you can help save him.
My memories. Master Crest. I don't know. I just don't know. I can't remember anything.
Lynn, in the very depths of your heart, I think you want to forget you ever saw Master Crest's death.
Well, we also need to figure out just how far this amnesia goes. If she straight up doesn't remember anything, that's a bit more significant than just wanting to bury the death.
That's why you can't remember it. But your memories are crucial if we are to save Master Crest. You must do your best to remember.
I'm pretty sure she already has been trying her best there, Argo.
Don't worry, there's plenty of time.
Heck technically infinite, considering we can just travel through time.
Let's take Lynn with us and go to the Cape Lighthouse. Maybe that will help her to remember something.
Yes, we have to try.
Then please look after Lynn. Good luck, and be careful.
Lynn has joined you. Borneo has returned to the train. Alright. I assume we'll see the future has changed message. No? So I guess that didn't fully count as Lynn having been helped, because there's more to it than that. No. So that restored the tool shop, it just didn't register as a change the future scenario, I guess. The only lights not lit are these two down here for the weapon shop and for the unknown answer there. The one for the sacred gate, and the one for the sacred torch. We're almost there, though. We've made very big strides very quickly. Now, admittedly, I don't know if we really know where that lighthouse is. One problem at a time. Let's go to the future and see if that tool shop actually exists now. And we'll also give Lynn a taste of our power to travel through time. Aha! There's another building.
Rarity shop, star items. A place like that might sell a star glass.
I feel like we've skipped a step. We don't know anything about Starglass.
Starglass?
Oh, apparently we're not supposed to know until Monica explains.
A star glass is a mysterious item that can reverse the flow of time.
Ah.
But it can only turn back time to a moment of deep significance to the person that uses it.
Well, that unravels what we need to use where we're going.
If we use a star glass to go back into Lynn's memory, we can get back to the time when Lynn and Crest were attacked.
Great idea. But it won't work unless Lynn can get her memory back.
Right. Hey there, Sage. How you doing?
Right. First, let's try to get a hold of a star glass.
See if they're selling one of these magical time-reversing hourglasses or not. I think the star glass is pretty weird. Telling me, I've got one as well, but I don't think much of it. Certainly never turned back time. Yeah. Pretty sure there's a few notable people in this one. Different items have different effects. Some can help you. Others change to form weapons. If you try experimenting, you'll be able to beat even the toughest of enemies. Try everything you can. Let's see, we've got a star leotard, which I assume is a costume for Monica. Got all kinds of crystals, including power crystals, so I may be spending a lot of money here. And the star glass, which is shockingly cheap. Give me one of them, because I need it. We'll grab a couple power crystals for the road. Alright, so we spent all that time in fixing all this up just to buy one thing from that shop. And yeah, that has been a pretty good thing so far, as they make the key items accessible in a lot of ways. Honestly, I had to buy these notebooks for the most part as well, and they've not been too bad. They've only been 1,000 each for the most part. Well, not all of the notebooks. I had to buy this one. It was 1,000, and I think, yeah, we found this one on a desk, and we received this one when we got the camera. I do believe. I think I actually had to buy the Inside Scoop one. I don't remember. This Fruit of Eden will go to Monica. And we'll hopefully find one more for Max before too awful long. In fact, I did not look around near the shop to see if a box spawned. Nope. Nothing here. Didn't think so. Seems like most of the reward boxes were from when we restored this bridge. Oh, wait. Aha. There's a potato pie for Max, and there's probably a witch parfait around here somewhere for Monica as well. Let's make sure to check carefully. I don't want to lose out on any defensive buffs or anything, if I can help it. Not looking like there's anything else. Might just be that one. We may have to wait till we restore more of this place to get the other one. Assuming they are giving them out evenly, which they have been so far. Oh, we'll circle back to that later then. First things first, we gotta go back to our time and then probably climb through the rest of the canyon to get to the lighthouse where we're gonna need to use that star glass. Because I assume when we get to the place where the incident occurred, Lynn will start to remember. If not, that's gonna make things complicated. Also, probably put away the golf club. Might be a good idea. Or the golf stick, I guess. So then we're going back into the dungeon. I could go check in with the people that I put down in that village, but I don't think I need to worry about them right now. I don't think they'll have anything useful for me currently. I have to assume that this Yorda tree has something important to do with it at some point. Because why else would it be in its own unique area that you have to pass through? Now Max won't keep whining that Lynn is in danger. Should be able to proceed out of this section. Nope. Ah, okay. Hey, Monica, why don't we rest by the Yorda tree for a while? I bet Lynn's tired too. Okay. You could have prompted me about that as I was passing the tree there, Max, but sure, we can turn around and go rest at the tree. Where is the pre-designated resting spot that you desire? There we go. Well, she's getting some memories back.
No! Lynn!
Exactly.
Master, why do you want to be a sage?
That's a good question.
That's a good question.
See, exactly.
Maybe because everyone respects them, treats them like royalty.
That doesn't seem like a good reason.
Hey, that's not right. Don't you mean something like, so I can save the world?
That works too. To tell the truth, I want to be the kind of person who can put everyone else at ease.
That's a much better reason.
Everyone can count on a sage. With a dependable person nearby, danger is always far away.
Well, that's only partially true, but we'll roll with it.
That's what a sage is. Don't you think you'd want someone like that near you? Someone to count on?
Yeah, I do.
My hometown was an easy target for the thieves that came from the desert. Everyone was constantly on edge, never knowing when they would strike next.
An awful lot like those smiling fairies we fought.
As a child, I often wondered, isn't there someone strong out there who can take care of these thugs? What about the sages I read about in fairy tales? Where are they?
In the fairy tales.
Well, I was about to find out.
Now, turns out one's real.
It was when the thieves were plundering the village one day. A single robed man showed up out of nowhere. He used mysterious magic to defeat the raiders one by one and defend the village.
I mean, it looks like he's defeating 3 at a time there, but sure, we'll go with 1 by 1.
I thought this must be who I've been waiting for. So I asked him, "Are you a sage?" I said. He replied, "Me? I'm no sage. I could never come close." "A sage is a person who can defend others just by being there," he said. Just by being there. Is that even possible? That's what I want to do. If I can.
I mean, I guess a powerful sage would be a deterrent, which would then keep people safe by existing.
So that sage was my role model.
Sages are great people, aren't they? So, if you can use a lot of magic, then you can be a sage?
I wonder. Even I don't know that.
Really doing a lot of make it up as you go along here, aren't you? That seems like a problem. Lynn, I don't know how to tell you this, but you got something up with your hair. There's a lot of purple going on. And I don't just mean the hair itself. Oh, okay. That starts to make more sense now.
It's a memo eater, so that's it, huh?
Memo eater?
That's right. It gets into people's heads and eats up their memories.
Well, let's give him something to remember himself, then. Devourer of Memories, Memo Eater. Really could have had a better name than Memo Eater.
All right, let's go.
I assume it's supposed to look like a tapir, since tapirs have been used as things that mess with dreams and things like that a fair bit. Okay. Wanted to be a smartass and get a picture of it because it might also give a unique thing. Yep, there we go. Phantom Memo Eater. I don't know what I'm gonna need that for, but I probably wanted that. Haha, I'm too short. You can't hit me. There's gotta be more to this fight than this, right? This thing can't be just a chump. I guess this is more like the minion than the actual problem here. Ta-da!
I remembered everything. All of it.
Sorry about giving you back the trauma, but, we needed that. Yeah, pretty much.
It was under this tree that my master told me his dreams of being a sage. Must go to the lighthouse. Save Master Crest.
Right, the lighthouse. That's where you and Crest were attacked.
So if we go there, we can save Crest.
Right, let's go. Okay.
All right.
I do wonder why it chose then to come out. Maybe it fed enough that it could materialize? Because otherwise it seems like a bad idea to appear before or two unknown people. Then again, nobody ever said that that creature necessarily was intelligent. Either way, we can proceed now. We got a bit of legwork before we can get to the lighthouse, though. fully expect the regular enemies in here to somehow manage to be more dangerous than the Jobber Demon was. Considering that thing, I think, hit me, what, once? During that whole thing? Brahma priests like cheese. And that explains why they drop cheese. Oh, the Mimic poisoned me immediately. Ooh, bastard. Oh, we got wind elementals now. Goddamn ADHD elemental over here. Comes up to attack me and then just forgets what he was doing immediately. Which, honestly, I can relate. Another Bandit Brassard. I don't need more of those. Actually, I should probably switch to Monica so I can finish leveling this sword. I know I keep saying that and then changing my mind and then saying that and then changing my mind, which is why we still can't get the weapon shop lady to join us, but you know. Doing my best. Oh! You've learned how to use Magic Absorb Blade. Magic Absorb Blade is a skill that allows you to absorb the energy of elemental attacks, such as fire, while guarding. When you swing your sword, it fires back as magic. You can continuously charge up energy of one elemental type. However, if you absorb a different elemental type, you'll lose your whole charge. The amount of elemental energy you can absorb depends on the durability of your equipped weapon. To release the absorbed elemental energy in the form of magic, press L1 while guarding with R1. Okay, that's neat. Just use the magic of clapping the shit out of me. Okay, you aren't gonna be able to do much against that. So let's swap out for fighting this thing. Come forth, giant robot. There we go. Giant robot problem solver. Give me the fancy rock, because I need that to learn about the rest of what I need to do here. But I suppose technically if I finished upgrading Max's weapon, it would also count towards getting the 2 weapon buildups. But either way. God damn it. Another one of these jerks. I don't have to blast them with the right pod, it's just a lot more convenient. Another robot down. I was gonna say something about this being a mimic too, but I didn't voice it because I'm like, no, don't speak it into existence. Lo and behold, it happened anyway. Because sometimes it doesn't matter. What are you doing? Guess they're just going wherever the wind blows, huh? Under element. Good thing this sword is as strong as it is. Might have been a problem otherwise. And for anybody out there that's like, you should be training your weapons up more equally, I'll fix it between sessions. It'll be okay. Same thing I've been doing. Wasn't sure if that was gonna hit or not, so I wanted to be careful. Flip the coin. Hey. ABS bonus, very good. We need more of that. Let's not touch the healing fountain yet. I saw there was this whole mess over here to deal with first, so I'm like, let's hedge bets. So there's 4 priests of Rama here. What in the goddamn meeting have I run into here? Well, that didn't last very long at all, huh? Purple paint to replace the paint I used to build Arn's house. Thanks for the magic, idiot. Wanna go again? Yeah? Like, I know that that's the sound of Monica guarding, that's the pap pap, but it really sounds like that thing's going pep pep as it's slapping me upside the head. Because it honestly, that sound would work for that too, so my brain just cannot let go of that idea. So we've got 2 enemies left down random long hallways. I have what I need to leave, but obviously, you know, leave no treasure unstolen and leave no monsters unstabbed. This music's entirely too calm for this place. Especially when it's full of mimics. So I suppose calming music would be the perfect music for an area full of mimics. Lead you into a false sense of security. Be perfect. Making sure that you open the box and get bit. Or I suppose in some people's cases, just get eaten completely. Glass. Which the glass does make part of the brick building, so it's not a bad thing to have, though I think I've already made all the buildings I need to for here. But sure, I don't know why we can place Fida here, but I guess we're gonna place Fida here. Time for some golf. I don't know why it matters to deal with this distortion here, but I'm going to assume it's important. Ain't no way I'm going to be able to hole-in-one this, right? Ain't no way. I'm going to try. Not quite full power. Hop. Got it. First try. Yes! I didn't even see what that message said. I was too excited about having done it at first try. Hole in one, hole in one. I got a hole in one. Now what's in the box? Ooh, power-up powder. You know what? Worth it to play golf if I get a powder that will level a weapon instantly. Oh, and you can actually fight with the Spheda stick. Huh. Interesting. I mean, a golf club is a handy weapon in an emergency, I suppose, so... logic continues to apply. What's this thing in Discord? Is it important? Probably should have stayed as max so we can use the healing fountain, but I can swap back when I get over here. 6 of one, half dozen the other. Oh, it's probably the event I know about starting that I will probably be missing. Yep, that's what I thought. Because I was already committed today, I wasn't intending on joining that. As much as it would be nice to be there. By the time I'm done here today, I ain't gonna have it in me to do anything else. And away! As it stands, finishing this is going to take a little bit longer than I thought it was going to. Beat all enemies using Max's right-hand weapon. Okay. So much for continuing to level the sword, but that's okay. That wrench needs to be leveled as well. Nature's Threat. As you can see, the wrench definitely is a little bit behind the sword right now. Just a little bit. But it'll make it a bit easier to train it up as well. Wrench is definitely better at breaking these rock boys down anyway, so... At the end of the day, it works. I got a fancy rock. What we'll do is we'll probably stop off at town to look at all those geostones before we go to the final area. So we're more than likely gonna need another thing once we get to that point. Okay, so what do you need for building up? You need chill and attack at this point. Bottom one. Okay. Oh, yeah, that's right. My thought was try 45 chill. If 45 is not enough, then we put more in. Okay, 45 is enough, so we'll try a pair. No, we'll just throw 3 power crystals in there, because I'm assuming 50 attack is going to be the amount if it's at the next near threshold. Not enough. It needs more than 51 attack. Yikes. It's either that or I put in more lightning and beast to make it the other one, because apparently this one is enough attack. But it's probably going to take less attack to fix this one than it would take points to put enough lightning and beast in here. It is level 5 already. That's going to take a lot of points. Yeah, to hell with it. Let's see if 8 more attack is enough. If it goes up to 60 and it still ain't enough, I don't know what to do anymore. Because this will help equalize their weapons. There we go. The cubic hammer. Ooh, it's got an ability too. Powerful, sharp corners deliver heavy damage. I don't know what that ability is, but it's some kind of shield, so it either makes the weapon more durable or it makes me more durable. Oh, it is slow, though. That's a little rough. That may get swapped out, we'll see. Wait, no, we were taught that charge attacks don't work for this for some dumb reason. Well, too late now. Getting set on fire seems to have made Max thirsty. Can't imagine how that would happen. I appreciate how they make the item you need to fix something blink as well. Like, hey, stupid. This is the thing you need to fix your problems. If only life would make things like blink for me like that. Seems to do a good job of staggering, at least. Yeah, part of the idea with pushing this to build up was the fact that it would at least be able to start gaining levels quicker again while we're here. This is set technically back down to level 1. And in terms of upgrade levels, while obviously retaining much higher stats than it had before. Oh, it can, like... I don't know what's wrong with you. Oh! That's what the cherry is for. It's like a time stop. Interesting. Okay, blocking that, less than effective. Not a surprise, though, considering it's a fucking dragon breathing fire on me. Oh, and I got time stopped again immediately. Fuck you, dude. Why is this one being such a problem compared to the other ones? The other dragons both died together just fine. This jerk, though. This jerk wants to be a problem. Now when you made me thirsty again! Worst dragon ever. Drinking up all my resources. Yeah, Hammer is very effective against the rocks, as one would expect. Just crushed that thing into hits. I would assume it's going to be very effective against that golem as well. Decently effective. Hey, I suppose we should probably take a look at what the cubic hammer needs to build up. Chill, smash, and attack some more. Okay. But we still got lots of chill gems. 2, 3, 4. Obviously, it's not going to be enough, but I wanted to check anyway. Like, a distinct feeling that those numbers are going to get real high, just like Monica's sword's numbers got real high. That attack speed, though, is brutal. Or their lack thereof, more accurately. Dang it. Great, I just healed that. Good thing there's a healing fountain right over here. Joke's on the devil, he didn't do a damn thing. Hold that thought, priest. There we go. Now we'll fight you. classic. Time out. I need to be in a better position. Time in. Kick you in the nuts. I do like that jump slam. Jump slam's nice. Everything else about this hammer is a little mid. Ow. Where the hell? Get back here, Ivanov. I'm gonna knock your block off. What do you mean you don't got a block? You're a boulder. It's fine. I'll knock a hole in you.
Takes care of you guys.
Okay, yeah, the thing about charge attacks not working might be a lie, because it worked. And I did hit an enemy with a charge attack. One shot to get this sphere in, huh? But it's just right there? Okay. I can probably do that. Don't hit full power, probably, and it'll go right in. Yeah, see? That was a complete joke. Huh. Distortion repaired. You wanted Sveta. You got a medal. Is this gonna happen every floor now? Ooh, I got a turquoise. Neat. So the gems are coming back into play again. That gives 5 attack, 5 lightning, 10 beast, 10 scale. You know, Ged, you're right. That turquoise does bring happiness. That does, in fact, spark joy. Onward. Got like 1 or 2 more floors to go, I think. Yeah, 2 more floors to go before we are at the end. Using only ride pod. Okay. And yeah, you'll notice the 4th requirement on all of these were Sveta. Circus again, huh?
So you decided to hold a fishing tournament?
Oh, fishing tournament.
Well, with all that's been going on, I think the townspeople have had a lot to worry about.
That's true.
Hopefully a bit of fishing will take their minds off it.
I see the logic there.
That's our mayor.
Yeah, you know, if I read that sign a little more carefully, I probably would have read that it said fishing contest. From now on, fishing contests will be held at fixed intervals in game time in Palm Brinks Town Square. When one contest ends, the next one will begin after a 10-day interval. Whenever a fishing contest is being held, it will be so indicated at the top left of the main menu. Alright. This one may end up getting missed, because I have no intention of stopping for it right now. Moon Baron. Big Mimic. Cut him down to size. And I could give the experience out by just swapping off of the ride pod when these things are giving their experience up, but Bride Pod needs experience too. I was gonna say, I swear if every chest in here's a king mimic, I'm gonna be upset. Still could be, but they have to have a chest for the magic crystal and a chest for the map, so they may still all be a big mimic. I wonder if there's stronger repair powders we can get. Oh hey, the bone rapier we could have made forever ago. Is that actually any good in this game? Wasn't that great in the other one. 22, 20, 21, that's not terrible. It builds up with a lot of things. Okay. Might be viable though. Might actually be more viable than it was in the first game. So that's partially unfair, because in the first game it wasn't viable just because it got left behind, more so than it not being viable on its own. Anti-curse amulet. I haven't really been getting cursed, at least not that I've noticed. But if curse is the same as it was in the first game, curse also doesn't much matter. Because all it will do is prevent you switching weapons, which, joke's on you, game, I don't change weapons unless I'm done working on it. And more often than not, I ain't done working on a weapon anytime quick. Oh, it's those guys, the guys we fought on the moon. Crescent Barons. I was suspicious that it was gonna be them, considering they said Moon Baron. But I was wondering if it was gonna be like a super form of the balloons from the first dungeon or something as a joke option instead. Because that honestly would have been pretty good. Now there's not an enemy nearby. Now we'll grab the Geosphere. And go touch the circle as well for fun. Also, reading that quickly, it really looked like it said a Gallstone instead of a Geostone. Oh. The devil gave Max a Gallstone. And no, that's not a sentence I'm gonna take back. That's just a sentence that's happened now. That's a sentence that exists. We'll just have to live with it. I made this. There's the rest of the suckers I need to blast. Where are they? Where are they? He wasn't the last one. Means there must be another one further down this way. We're just not seeing him due to the render distance. Non-stop amulet. I might put that on, honestly. With how many times we got stopped by that dragon. Got the giant meat. Giant mimic. You know, I should have walked past that chest and killed the other guy just to see if the mimics count towards clearing all monsters before they're activated. Because if an unactivated mimic doesn't count toward all monsters defeated, it would be worth it for those, like, clear them in a short amount of time. Interesting that it said it'd send Monica to the sphere, even though we were in the ride pod still. I feel like they're trying to say something about Monica, and you know what? We're just gonna leave it at that. Okay, so we got 6 shots. And the hole is question mark. Starting to run low on space. We have 1 screen of space left. $213 meters to goal. I cannot see the goal, so I'm going to assume it's around the other side of that rock over there. That I'm pointing at right now. That one. This is going to be risky. I think it'll be worth it if I can land it. I pulled back a little too hard. It's the right idea, though, I think. Except fucking auto-set my shot to a wacky location, so now I can't quite realign it. Not with any guarantees. Slightly harder. Nope, too much bounce. I thought I was gonna need backspin for that, but I hesitated. Gonna take a lot of shots just to get off the starting point here. I can move the map. Okay, yeah, I am right in thinking that that's right around that corner there. Maybe we should try landing it more on that corner. That's a risky shot, too. There we go, that's how I do backspin. Pain in my ass. Oh, that could go badly. Nice shot. Into the water. Because it gave it a little bit too much boost. That's the right idea, though, I think, to cut this short. Here's a thought, though. Let's try aiming high. I don't like this idea because this is dangerous as well, but... yeah, that's exactly what I was expecting. Because now it's a whole new measurement to try to take. We're probably losing this Spheda game here. Yeah. Because even trying to aim for that little island there is just not working out. I don't know why they insist on trying to send you to that wall there. All that's gonna do is give you a nightmare to have to go around to get to. But I understand what they're getting at with that. They're trying to give you like a safe spot to hit to. That's gonna go more than I wanted it to. Or not. That just magically landed exactly how I wanted it to. That time. Whatever, game. We're out of here. Because it looks like you can't reset it without doing the whole floor again. So I will more than likely come back and win in that Spheda round off camera. Alongside collecting other medals and things. It is nice that they have a bunch of like little mini games and such, though. I do hope that they don't go too overboard with this and make it so that everything slows down a lot. So that may be part of why this game is longer than the previous game. Which, in case you all haven't figured it out, that's why we're still doing it 2 days a week, is to make sure this gets done sometime this century. Is if we're going for like 5 or 6 hours a day each day during the week, then that's 10 to 12 hours a week. And if this game's like 50 to 60 hours, just give or take, then, you know, it wouldn't take too awful long to get through. I would just put it down to like 5 or 6 weeks. Which is doable to finish it before the end of the year at that point. Defeat all enemies only using items. Not gonna be worrying about that. This one's gonna be Monica's responsibility. Lighthouse appears. Oh, her sword's almost broken. That's a weird noise those guys make. Well. Got 4 points. And it just needs attack. Fortunately, I used up a lot of my power crystals. Which in hindsight was probably a mistake. But I wanted the hammer. All of these are 5 pointers other than the Hunter Crystal thing. I'm pretty confident there's nothing else I have that gives power. Well, other than the turquoise. You know what? Rich get richer, I suppose. That's still not enough. Oh my lord. If it doesn't level enough to get it by getting through here, or we don't find one more power gem here, I will either go buy a power gem or something. Because we can buy them after all now. Got the money for it. Also a dragon. Thankfully, he's an oblivious dragon, which I can relate at times, but you've really got to be aware of your surroundings there, brother. Chill stones. That's how people end up stealing your meat. Very upsetting that even guarding that gets you hit with the thirst effect, but it makes sense. That's some real heat you're blocking. It did count for catching fire element though, so that's fun. Here, you can have that. I went to block that and I was too slow. Which we're really too slow now, considering we are stopped. Oh, and you can't switch either while you're stopped. That's a shame. Well, this sucks. There we go, that wasn't too bad. The fact that it said you can't lift this monster implies that you can lift some monsters, and now I'm pondering that as a concept. Like, which monsters can I just chuck? Ow. You know what, we'll take that trade. You know, it just hit me a little bit more just now. If I wasn't the type to hoard things, I wouldn't have had any of those chestnuts to give to the chef, and we would have had to have gone back to the forest. Yoink. I meant to attack him, but the game was like, no, you want that stone more. You absolutely want that stone. Which they're not wrong. I did want the stone. No, you get stunned. No. Good luck. Not good luck. Sword goes sad. Oh, great. More dragons. The combination of these two is actually, like, super bad for us, potentially. Except for the fact that they walked into the perfect spot to both get hit. That could have been a disaster otherwise. That's fine. We have water. Now, you might have thought that that was brave and foolish, and you'd be correct. You would absolutely be correct that that was a brave and foolish thing I did there. But you know what? It worked. At this rate with all the dragons, let's just keep throwing rocks at the dragons. Stun them so I can deal with them a little bit easier. Or he'll guard it, but it still interrupted the fire breath. That was going to be an issue, so you know what, I'll take it. Looks like we're going to get at least one level before we're out of here. One more level, that is. Oh, it'll be close, rather. Looking at it again, looking at the dots on the map, I'm second-guessing that thought. Butter. So yes, mimics do count. I was suspicious of that because it's like, there's no more red dots left. So I was pretty confident that this was going to be a mimic. And that's why I healed up, because I know those claps do half my health bar.
Looks like we got them all.
Sure, why not? Okay, the goal is just over there, though. So that might not be too bad. We might be able to do a bold and stupid shot where we just shoot straight across. We just have to land it either on the ground or off the wall behind it. Perfect. Done and done. Right off the back wall. We got a medal. And if they gave medals out for golf, I feel like a lot more people would be playing golf. Or medals would really be losing their value. One of the two. Ooh, indestructible coin. God damn it. Every time I try to go to the log, the fact that it's only one specific spot on the log is really annoying. Okay, now we're at the final room of the dungeon, which I presume is going to be the boss, so we're going to step out, fix up the town, and then do the boss fight. This way we can see if we can pick up anything before the fight happens. That just seems like a good idea. I'll also quickly go purchase those power gems I was talking about. Downloading Geostone. Well, Feeble Tree, block 2. Condition of 4 pot torches placed has been made clear. 40 culture points. Blinkhorn resides in Valley, so I'm going to need to win his race. Moon Crystal and Crest revived. Lighthouse Moon Crystal restored. Okay, we now know everything. So Blinkhorn's going to run the weapon shop here. Okay. I'll probably win his race off camera because we got very close, and it's probably just going to be a case of like simple optimization, so I don't think it'll be that interesting to see. So, hot torches. There are pot torches. There we go. I don't have enough sticky clay, so I'll deal with that later too. So really, we're not actually accomplishing much here in town at all, is what I'm getting from that. But I know what to do now, so that's useful. After I go fetch these power gems, I'm gonna make a quick stop off at the weapon shop lady to see if the wrench counts. Since I've definitely upgraded that further. But obviously these power gems may be enough to get at the Dusak leveled again as well. Which is why we're doing this stop off first. And, you know, it's where we already were. Shame this place is kind of a pain in the butt to get to, since you have to travel through time to get here. Otherwise I'd probably shop here a lot. But as it stands, we are gonna get, you know, a few of these. Just a few of those. So we don't have to worry about that, and again, anytime quick. Well, I say anytime quick, in the next, like, hour of grinding that'll happen, I'll probably use them all again. Since attack keeps ending up being a thorn in my side as far as upgrading weapons goes. Never did check to see if Lao Chao sells anything else, but I'm not worried about it right now. That just occurred to me as I was running back, like, oh yeah, that was the thing I could have looked at. Oh well. The sword only had 2 points left, right? Yeah, only 2 points left. This might end up being enough. Yes! The Claymore. Large double-edged sword, heavy but powerful. Real shame that it became a big... Oh, this specifically has to kill a Bloomo in order to upgrade. That's a different requirement. And it needs exorcism. That does explain why I needed a bunch of smash, though, is becoming a big two-handed weapon. But that is another upgrade, so maybe that'll be enough to satisfy Yon Weapon Shop woman. If it isn't, I'm going to be mad. Be my friend. What? Yeah, I think it's more specific than the game was letting on then. I think the Gladius itself actually needs to be leveled. Or it's stupid and it's actually reading the fact there's a Gladius in the inventory and getting mad about it. That's also a possibility. Either way, I'm filing her under I'll deal with her off camera. Because I'm not going to keep running back to that and messing with that right now. But now she's back to her two-handed moveset with this instead of the one-handed I was enjoying. I'm assuming there's going to be a fight we're going to have with the ship.
So this is the lighthouse.
Oh yeah, probably, you know, put the Spheta stick away. That might be a good idea. Our weapons repaired up. Alright. This is a bit of a wreck, yeah. Time to head back to the past. Finish what we started. Time to head even further back.
Are you ready?
Yes.
Yo. A neat looking lighthouse when it's not blown up. I assume this is also how we will restore the moon crystal, though, by preventing this tragedy from happening.
This moon crystal may be lighting up the ocean here, now, but one day it'll be bright enough to illuminate the whole planet.
Really? How do you know?
You could call it a hunch.
You know everything, don't you, Master?
Master,
What's that?
A time-traveling airship, apparently.
What in the...
Hey look, something he doesn't know. Get a load of the freak
So,
show.
That's the moon crystal, eh?
Yes.
A stone that shows you the future. Even though all there is to see in the future is darkness and despair.
What shall I do?
Destroy it. Those are Emperor Griffin's orders.
Yes, sir.
His face doesn't move much when he talks, the bluish-green guy. A little bit on fire. It'll buff out. What exactly are we supposed to do about an airship, though? Right now, we're just making Lynn relive her trauma firsthand. Does not seem particularly helpful.
Lynn, you wait here. Max, let's go.
Okay.
Yes, let's go running into the burning lighthouse. That's a brilliant plan. I mean, I suppose we have no other way of getting up there. Oh, and we rode an elevator while the place was on fire. A wooden elevator, no less. Brilliant.
What's going on? Who are you?
We're here to help.
Explain later. That's Gaspard! How did he get here?
Time travel, same way we did.
Watch out! The lighthouse is on fire!
You're only just now catching up to that?
Master!
It's all right, Lynn. You wait here.
Where are you going?
Attack the ship, I assume.
I'm going to use the crystal.
Master!
Impressive jumps you got there. I'm not sure why they flew closer, but it might be our opportunity. I guess they're coming over to glow. A hell of a jump. Also, you didn't have to jump nearly that far. There was a bridge basically right there. Guess she's gonna do all the work herself, huh?
Well, well. A visitor, eh? Hey, Jamming, why don't you head inside?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Gaspard!
that's one way to get
Remember
around.
me? It's Monica Raybrandt.
Raybrand. Yes, you must be King Raybrandt's girl. My. Imagine that. Running into a princess in a place like this.
You tore my kingdom to bits, and you murdered my father. Now you're going to pay!
Murdered? Oh, now that hurts.
True, though.
Your father and I fought fairly. He simply wasn't good enough to beat me.
In a fair fight, my father never would have lost to the likes of you!
Well, let's not get too excited. We don't know how strong this guy is.
Well then, why don't you just try me for yourself?
Get ready, Gaspard!
I do appreciate that it actually keeps the correct weapon for the cutscene.
Fire!
Yes.
Head towards the center!
Okay!
Oh, am I gonna have to fight those with Max and fight Gaspard with Monica in tandem? Is that gonna be a whole thing? Or am I supposed to just tag tier while Monica fights? That's a fancy sword he's got there. Dark Assassin, Gaspard. Guess I'm fighting him then. Okay. He's not got crazy health or anything. He's got some moves. It's blockable, though. He's got time stopping. Oh no, we're switching sides. Okay. Protect Lynn from the encroaching evil flame. You know, if you just let me do what I'm doing, we would have solved this already. She's the apprentice to a sage. How can she not handle this herself? Is her training just that early still? Okay, switching back. You gonna actually take me seriously now, Gaspard? Hang on. Windows, shut the fuck up. Now is not the time for that. And for anybody wondering, if you didn't get it from what I just said, that was on my side. Let's heal right quick so if I screw up, I don't die. So this has been a bit easy. Yeah, he's a bit of a chump. Old man must have been too old when he fought him. Or he's taking it easy on us.
Can't believe this. Well done. Your skills surpass even your father's.
Accept it, you lost.
Not exactly as advantageous a position as you think it is.
Huh? What was that?
What in blazes?
Presumably, the crest attacking with the moon
We're
crystal.
under attack from the moon crystal. What should I do?
Blasted wizard. Annihilate that lighthouse.
Yes, sir.
Well, that's what they were already doing. All of that, and that's what you're getting out of it, is just little purple orbs. I feel like you could do better than that. Okay, good, you're actually blocking those. Not that it seems to be completely effective, admittedly. Yep. Case in point. Now would be a great time for a new plan. Oh yeah, he's a little cooked. Seems to have lost his staff as well. We seem to have not done a great job of averting his death.
It's no good. The ship's going down. Get us out of here!
They're going back to their time.
Master, don't leave me.
Lynn, you're not hurt.
No, Master, but you can't die.
I'm ready.
No, you're going to be a sage. You still have a lot of training left.
Lynn, you do it. Please, fulfill my dream.
Yep, there it is. The theory I had posited before about Lynn taking over for Crest. She may even take the title of Crest.
No, I can't. Not without you. I know you can. You will. You'll be a sage. Saving people just by being there. That's the kind of sage you want to be, right?
That would be nice, wouldn't it?
Master. Master. No!
We don't always win these, huh? Such is the way of things.
Master, can you see? The stars are beautiful. I wonder what kind of sage you wanted to be.
So I guess the lighthouse is less destroyed this time.
To me, you already were one. For ages and ages, you were a sage from way back when. I was saved just by having you with me. But I'm sure you didn't want to be a sage just for me. Right, Master? You're up there watching, aren't you? I'll show you. I'll be the legendary sage you've always dreamed of becoming.
We couldn't save him.
I guess not.
Can't save everybody, unfortunately.
You're wrong.
What do you mean?
The future changed, all right. Now I'm going to be a sage. I promised Master Crest.
Mm-hmm. Instead of falling into despair, she's now going to take on the mantle.
And I think I'll rescue him when I become a sage myself.
That's possible, yeah, because if she gets another, or one of those hourglasses, she might get a second chance.
Good.
Monica? Max? Thank you. I'll never forget you. Good luck in your battle against the evil.
You bet.
And if we avert all of the other damage, it may make it easier to stop
Take care
them.
of yourself, Lynn.
I suppose there's a world in which we stop Gaspard from going back in time in the first place, and that averts the disaster there, too. There has been a change in the future. Maybe something will happen. So I guess in the actual future now, Crest will be alive. Yep. Lighthouse Moon Crystal restored. Moon Crystal and Crest revived. Job's a good one. Let's go see our handiwork before we stop for the day, shall we?
Madam Crest.
Uh-huh, Madam Crest.
It's them? I'd almost given up waiting. You've been a long time coming.
Huh?
I've been waiting for you to come. You see, I've become a sage just like I promised.
Don't tell me. Lynn?
No way!
What do you mean? How rude! I am Lynn.
What?
So you made it. You became a legendary sage.
Yes, that's right. But I took on my teacher's name.
Which may have been exactly how this was to begin with. Remember, Monica only knew about a legendary sage named Crest.
I see.
There's no need to explain why you're here. I've got a fair idea already. Because I've lived my time straight through, unlike you. So, shall we find out about Griffin, then?
Yes, that'd be great, Lynn.
Don't address me like that. You must call me Crest, the Great Sage.
Yeah, sure. Sorry.
I assume the worshipping moon people are helping.
Griffin is 10,000 years in the past now.
That's a lot of time.
10,000 years?
That's right. It seems that he's sending an unthinkably powerful consciousness from that time to ours, all by his own doing.
So he was from back then originally? Or did he move back there and then project forward?
The servants of Griffin in our time are those who are in sympathy with this consciousness.
Okay.
So they're all being controlled?
They're acting of their own free will. They're evil from the beginning, just like Griffin himself. In other words, they've sold their souls to the darkness. Griffin is using those people and trying to destroy the world.
What does he plan on getting out of that?
Destroying the world.
Who knows? But I believe the only way to stop him is to go to his time and destroy him there.
Well, yeah, any projection of him we defeat in the future doesn't stop him. That just prevents his access in that moment.
Go back 10,000 years?
That's right.
Quite a jump, that's for sure. We've usually only been traveling 100 back and forth, so we've got quite a while to work on that.
But how can we go 10,000 years in the past?
Same way we do now, just harder.
Your Atlamelia can only travel 100 years at best. Those stones were never intended for this kind of thing.
Or not.
So what can we do?
A 10,000-year leap through time. I don't even know if it's possible. But if it could be done...
Well, here's the thing. It has to be possible, unless Griffin has become some kind of ageless entity. Because for Griffin to be able to project 10,000 years forward, it would have to then logically be possible to project 10,000 years in the opposite direction.
Go on.
Those from the Luna Lab would be the ones that could do it.
Luna Lab?
Luna Lab is short for Lunatic Wisdom Laboratory. It used to be the largest research facility in the world. It was on the Venicchio coast.
Was? You mean that it's vanished now too?
Of course it has.
Yes.
Anything that could possibly fight Griffin would have to have been removed.
So, the Venicchio coast is next.
So, that settles it. You'd better get going.
Thank you, Crest the Great Sage.
See you, Lynn.
Off we go.
My master, watch over those children. Look after those who saved me.
Lynn was a sage and had become strong. I'm sure Crest had become a star and was looking down on Lynn from above. Because for Lynn, Crest would always be the one true sage, forever.
That's one way to look at it. Still, we've done our job. We've saved another town. I'll see... No, because I won't be able to finish it up right now.
Great, you're just in time. We're ready to go again. Just let me know when you're all set to go.
May as well take a peek at the new area before we wrap up. It'll help remind me that that's what I'm doing. So, I'll end up running off to do errands in between anyway. See the Venicchio coast.
Let's move them out. Ocean, here we come.
It's probably going to be the first time most of these people have even seen the ocean, since they wouldn't have been able to leave their town for the longest time. That kind of isolation must be wild. Venicchio it is. Let's go.
Smell that ocean breeze.
So this is what the ocean smells like.
What? You've never been to the ocean before?
There it is.
Yeah, well, I've seen pictures and books though.
That's a very different thing.
Wow.
Alrighty, we'll be right here waiting for you.
Hey, now it's the bridge that's down. Leave it to us.
Well, at least it wasn't just rocks in the way somehow this time.
Thanks a lot. Well, let's get going.
Save the game, but we'll take a look at what the situation here is. This way we have an idea of what we're getting into next time. Venicchio. I certainly don't have the power in me to go long enough to, like, clear this place out too or anything.
So this is the ocean. Amazing. Wow, it feels so good.
Gonna have to dry out after that, you know.
What do you think? Like it?
Oh yeah, come in and join me. It feels great.
Sure, okay.
Huh?
It's coming from that cave. Let's check it out.
Oh, you mean that cave with all the barrels spilling out of it?
If I hadn't set out on this journey, then I never would have seen the sea.
Was it an ocean or a sea?
There are still so many things in the world that I haven't seen.
That's true.
Right then, I wanted to see them all.
Of course.
But more than even these wonderful things, I wanted to see your smiling face, Mother.
One problem at a time. Save the world, then you might get to see your mother.
Chapter 4. Goodbye, Shingala.
We'll hopefully be able to power through this chapter tomorrow. Let's have a look at the state of things. House, huh? Alright. Aw.
You mustn't move it. I said not to move it.
Oh yeah, that's a bit of a bad wound there, huh?
What do you want? I'm a bit tied up right now.
That's a Shigura, isn't it? He's still a child.
Ah, so you know about them, do you? I gave him a name. I call him Shingala. He turned up here lost about a month ago. Every year at about this time, the Shigura come from the south and live on these shores for a while.
Okay.
This one must have got split up from the tribe.
So it's a migratory pattern. Gone a little bit awry.
I'm Pao. I live in this cave. How's it going?
I'm Maximilian.
I'm Monica.
Is Shingala injured?
Yeah. He slipped from the cliff yesterday and took me with him.
You seem to be better off out of the two, really.
I didn't think human medicine would be any good. Damn it. Sorry about this, but I need to ask a favor. Can you watch Shingala while I go and look for some medicine? Outside the cave, there's a place where some Shigura are gathered. I think if I go there, I might be able to find some medicine that'll help.
Watch him? What do we do?
Just watch him. I'll be as quick as I can. Thanks.
Hey, wait a minute!
I feel like it may be better if you stayed here and watched him and we went.
Aw, man, he's just gone.
How come we get stuck here babysitting some sea dragon? The nerve of that kid.
Oh, it's not that bad. This big guy's pretty cool.
Yep, he's awake.
What?
Have you been awake the whole time?
What's the matter with him?
He's headed outside.
You've got to stop him.
It's no good.
Nothing's happened yet. There you go, now you're trying. We're doing a great job of babysitting already, aren't we?
He's heading toward the sea.
We've got to follow him.
Okay.
We are so not getting paid for this babysitting job. But if you want to see where that goes from now, you'll have to show up tomorrow. I am at my limit, I think. Scan through my list here. I'd really been hoping that my throat would have been fully healed so I could have powered through longer today. It's still better than it's been, but it's not at full strength yet. And I would not want to to push too hard and irritate it back to where it was, potentially. Got a solid amount of options here in front of me. Now, I think... How long have you been going for? You've already been going for like 4 hours. So you may not be going for too much longer either. But that's fine. We'll go over to Char anyway. Been a little while since we've been over there. And we do support our friends here after all. So, thank you all so much for taking the time to be here. We will be back tomorrow to carry on our little adventure here. Remember, Thursday there will be no stream because it's Thanksgiving. I will not be here at all. Friday, I'll see what I can figure out to do. If I can make the silly Black Friday special idea happen, then so much the better. If not, that's okay. And then Saturday, we'll probably go back to normal business entirely. Until then, though, take care of yourselves, be good to Char, she's good people, and I'll see y'all next time. Good night, everybody.